to tell you more about it. The talks are only 10 minutes. They cannot go into much detail. It's actually a nightmare preparing a talk that only lasts 10 minutes. But the beauty of it is that if something's not your cup of tea, by the time you realize the next one's only 5 minutes away. But if it is your cup of tea, then go up to that person and find out more in the breaks. We'll have a half-hour break every 3 talks if we can keep everyone on the strict 10-minute time. So it gives us a half-hour every 3 talks. So there's plenty of opportunities to go up and speak to people. So do take advantage of that. We want this to be a safe and inclusive environment, so let's all look after each other. If you see anyone struggling or not looking comfortable, please just check they're okay, or check with myself or any of the volunteers, make sure everyone's okay. We do have the drinks vouchers, the bar is open, but obviously we don't want anyone getting into any trouble, so let's just look out for each other. Part of my script here is to talk to the people watching online, but I don't think we have anyone watching online. No, I think we have people watching online, but they don't have audio. They do have audio. Welcome, online people. I need to be careful what I'm saying. This is now recorded in public. So after 2 hours frantic messing around with cables and connections and everything, it's great that we do now have our online viewers. So thank you for joining us. If you have heard everything I've said, we have 3 talks and then a half-hour break. Because a half-hour break, if you're watching online, it isn't quite as engaging as if you're here mingling with everyone else. What we'll do is we'll play out talks from past events. So there will be twice as many fascinating talks for you to hear from. But what we're... actually, that's the wrong slide. I'll need to update that. But what we'll do is if you are watching online, do feel free to chat to the other people that are watching online. We have a Discord set up. If you go to gamestalks.live/Discord, it should be scrolling along the bottom of the screen in a second. Go to gamestalks.live Discord. That should give you an invite to our Discord server, and you can chat to other folks that are watching as well. These events, I was telling someone earlier, the very first time we did this event, we turned up at the venue and it was pitch black like this, except they had no projection screen. So what we had to do, we upended trestle tables and blue-tacked bits of A4 paper onto the table to act as a presentation screen because there was zero budget, but we made it work. This is now the 26th one of these. So we've had to make our own lives a little bit easier by investing in various bits of kit, projectors and everything. We've got a coach that takes our speakers round the 3 cities because we're in Dundee tomorrow and Glasgow the next day. We've got to put various people up. We have food. We have some cakes coming later on. And all of this costs a lot of money, and the ticket price only covers a fraction of it. So our amazing sponsors are what makes today possible for the relatively modest ticket price when it includes drinks and everything. So I need to say a massive thank you to all of our sponsors, to Team Terrible, to Blackadders, Pocket Size Hands, 4J Studios, Ninja Kiwi, No Code, Blazing Griffin, Johnson Carmichael, Escape Technology, Lucid Link, Cerelo, the UK Global Screen Fund, the BFI, Speech Graphics, and Rivet Games. So please, can you give our sponsors a massive round of applause to thank them? If you've been at one of these events before, something we seem to have got into a very good habit of doing is getting a bunch of cool prizes and raffling them for some great causes. I've not totaled it up, but over the years we've been doing this, we've raised tens of thousands of pounds for some amazing causes, for the NHS, for the Red Cross Ukraine, for Special Effect, the games industry charity. Last time around was War Child. This time it's for Save the Children's Emergency Fund, the Gaza Crisis Fund, which is obviously hugely important at the moment. So I'll rattle through the prizes that we have. The way it works is we have a Just Giving page. That QR code will take you to the Just Giving page. That will come up throughout every break. It will rotate round. Or you can just go to gamestalks.live/raffle, and that will redirect you to the Just Giving page as well. Again, for those watching online, that's going to scroll along the bottom of the screen. You go to the Just Giving page. For every £5 you're able to donate, you basically get assigned one raffle ticket. And then each night, tonight, tomorrow night in Dundee, and Thursday night in Glasgow. I don't know how the big bands do it with 20 gigs. I struggle to cope with 3. Each of these next 3 nights, we will have a raffle at the end of the evening. For example, any ticket that's bought today will go into the raffle tonight. If you don't win anything tonight, it automatically goes into the raffle tomorrow. If you don't win anything tomorrow, it goes into the raffle at Glasgow. If you do win something tonight, and you only bought 1 ticket, then that's your lot. So the secret is what? Buy more tickets. Hooray! So yeah, every £5 we will assign you 1 ticket. So the more you're able to donate, the more chances you will get to win. We have quite a few prizes, thanks to some amazing benefactors and publishers. So thank you to Head Up Games that have given us 3 sets of a bundle of Tinkertown and Dr. Fetus Mean Meat Machine. Can't say I'm familiar with that one. Thank you to Wired Productions. We've got 1 special Arcade Paradise bundle on Switch, so that includes a cap and a cassette player. Wired Productions have also given us another special bundle of Arcade Paradise on PS5 with a waste bag and the vinyl soundtrack. And then also from Wired Productions, we've got a couple of bundles of Tin Hearts and The Last Worker. Super Rare Games have given us 1 special collector's edition of Little Gator Game. Creative Assembly have given us 6 copies of Total War 3 Warhammer. Hooded Horse have given us 3 sets of Against the Storm, Sons of Valhalla, and Manor Lords. If I'm not specifying a platform, assume they're Steam codes, by the way. These are all Steam codes from Hooded Horse. Hooded Horse have also given us just bundles of Manor Lords and Sons of Valhalla. No More Robots have been really generous. They've given us 6 bundles of Soccer Story and Let's Build a Zoo and various bits of DLC. They've also given us 6 sets of Not Tonight 1 and 2 and Tombstar, as well as 6 sets of Family Man, Spirity, Nowhere Prophet, Fashion Police Squad, and 6 copies of Yes Your Grace, Descenders, and Hypnospace Outlaw, and a spin-off game. P-Cube have given us a Nintendo Switch bundle. They've also given us a PS4 bundle with these 5 games, and they've also given us a PS5 bundle with these 5 games. Yogscast had a massive success with PlayTup last year, I think that came out, so they're giving us, we'll do this as 1 prize, 4 copies of PlayTup, so someone can play with all their friends on Switch, 4 copies of it on PS5, and 4 copies on Xbox. I'm not sure which Xbox, I'm not sure it's Xbox One, but I'm sure it will play on the current gens. And Focus Entertainment have given us 5 bundles of Banishers, Atlas Fallen, and Expeditions. There is actually another couple of prizes coming in. I just not had a chance to update the deck yet. I've not totaled all those up, but there are literally dozens of games, maybe a couple of £1,000 worth of stuff. Sorry, question? You certainly can. 5 copies of... Thank you very much. I've got more work to do on updating the deck afterwards then. Good problems, very good problems. So just to bring the link back up, scan that QR code, get to the Just Giving page. And even if you don't win anything, but let's be honest, the odds are pretty good with that number of prizes. Even if you don't win anything, your money goes to an amazing cause. So thank you very much for any donations. I know there's been a bunch come in already. Stressing for the last 4 hours has been Lucy, our engineer, in the sound desk at the back. So say hello to Lucy. If there's any problems with audio or anything or any of the speakers, speak to her. And I would also like to welcome up this man here. For years, I did these events and introduced every single speaker and realized I was getting sick of my own voice, let alone everyone else getting sick of my own voice. So what we've done the last couple of times that's worked much, much better is have someone local to each city come up and do the bulk of the introductions. So it's fantastic for me, because I get to sit and enjoy more of the talks, to welcome up Gregor Duddy, who is going to be our host for this evening. Please give him a huge hand.
Thank you for the introduction, Colin. That's going to go straight to my head. I appreciate that. And welcome everybody in Edinburgh. Welcome to night 1 of Game Talks Live. Woo. That's the spirit we want to see. So massive thank you for everybody who could be here tonight and everybody who could be watching here from the stream in this wonderful venue. And for those who don't know me, my name is Gregor Duddy and I am a lead QA at Build a Rocket Boy, stationed right here in the capital. So very convenient for myself as well. We will get diving straight into it. So our first speaker of this block, he is a Unreal Engine Business Development Director at Epic Games. Please give a warm welcome to Ben Board.
Thank you very much. Is that going to show me how much time I've got left, Gregor?
Yes.
Wicked. Sorry. No, it's all good. Hello, everybody, and out on the internet. So my name is Ben, and I do indeed work for Epic Games in the Unreal Engine BD team. So essentially, we work with studios around Europe who are using Unreal, thinking about using Unreal, and we are just your person. So if you want to speak to us, here we are. I want to echo exactly what Colin said earlier on, which is, this is principally why I'm here this evening. I want to meet y'all. I want to meet all the people. You may know nothing about Unreal Engine. Yeah, we all know that that's not true, right? So there's a limited amount of, what Colin also said was, 10 minutes is really not very long for me to impart any information to you that you don't either already know or have no interest in knowing. So the main point of this evening for me is to get to know you, right? So please, I'm here to meet people I haven't met before. And it's lovely to see people I have met before. So I have been around the block. I'm going to move this because otherwise my back's going to go. Sorry, Gregor. There we go. So I've been around the block. Making video games for a long time. I started when the year began with a 1, and which is increasingly uncommon, I find. I also learned something today, which is that when you write something in Latin, it sounds more important. Succedit succedimus, right? Which means when you succeed, we succeed. This is the most important thing to understand about Epic Games. We are not here to sell you stuff. We are here to help you succeed, because when you succeed, we too succeed. We are a royalty-driven games business. I mean, I'm talking about Unreal specifically. There's other parts to Epic, which I will talk about in a moment. But we are here to see you succeed. The more money you make making video games, the more money we make from the small cut that we take from it. We are invested in your success. This cannot be said for everybody in the games industry who may be offering you services. So, if you're not already taking advantage of these things, then please, let's talk about it. Right, quick overview of many people would say, what's Epic Games? It's Unreal Engine. There's a lot more to it than that these days. It is Unreal. We do have tools to allow you to create your own games. Unreal Engine 5 is the most common, the most popular one, or the one you're most familiar with. We also have Unreal Editor for Fortnite, which I should come along and talk about later on, but that's another way of making video games using Epic tools. We also have some other stuff, which is other tools which are less games focused, which for a topic for another person standing on another stage. But as well as producing the tools which allow you to make these games, we also have content, but provide you a huge library of content that you can use to make your games. We have had the Quixel Megascans library. We've had the ArtStation library, the community library, and Sketchfab, same thing. And we've had the Epic Unreal Marketplace, where plugins and stuff that you can download made by the community. All of the above this year are being glommed into a new offering called Fab. Look out for that a bit later in the year, the storefront called Fab. We also provide, so both of those things, tools and content to actually get your game made. We also provide services to help you operate and run your game. Epic Online Services is getting quite mature now. It is a cross-platform multiplayer engine handling game services like matchmaking and leaderboards and so on, as well as account services like ID, cross-platform identification and so on, enabling you to find your friends on whatever platform they're playing on and get them into the same session playing games. It is free to use, and it's available out now, kids. We also provide you opportunities to actually distribute your game, to actually get your game out in front of players. And there's two chief ways we do this. One is the Epic Games Store. I'm not going to talk about that a lot this evening because 10 minutes, it turns out 10 minutes is a horrible amount of time to try and fit to talk into. But anyway, Epic Games Store. You can sell your games and we charge 12% rather than 30%, and we think that's a good thing, right? Would you like? Yeah, there it is. That's proven by science, people. So the other way that we allow you to get your games out in front of people is through Fortnite these days, which we will talk about in a moment. And of course, providing communities which allow you to get your people together and talking about developing games and also talking about the stuff that you produce. We have the Epic developer community. Right, how is that 450? You can't possibly be 451. All right, Unreal Engine. Good grief. Unreal Engine. Anyway, so stuff about the cities. So our thing with Unreal Engine is it's like if you want to make stuff which is the highest quality, but without having to have a billion squillion people on your team, we think we've got the best game in town, the best thing that you can actually, the best tool that you can use yourself, that's publicly available. The coolest thing about this is that we use, some of you are going to know this, but it's worth repeating. We use this stuff to make these really big, successful games. And when our massive dev teams realize that there's holes in our stuff, we fix it. And then once we fix it, we give it to you with all the fixes. And then how much do we charge for it? Nothing at all, unless you earn $1 million, which I'll also come on to. We give you the whole source code. If you want to footle with the source code, if you want to change the way that the engine does its thing, go bananas. Brackets, do not go bananas. Because it can be a problem later on. But you can, in principle, go bananas. You can change the source code, do what you like, right? People say C++ is hard. Yeah, it's kind of hard. It can be. But you can make whole games using our Blueprint visual scripting system. You don't have to use C++. Christ, this 10 minutes, what? I'm definitely not going to talk about this stuff, but this is some features that we put into the last couple of versions of Unreal. I want to call out motion matching. It's an amazing way of making your character move around fluidly. It's incredible. Check it out in 5.4. Plus some other stuff which I really haven't got time to talk about. Shut up and move on. Another important thing, there's two ways you can release games on Unreal Engine. There are two licensing models. One is the EULA. That's what applies if you don't do anything else. Just important you understand this. You download the engine for free. You make your game for free. And then once your game earns $1 million and $1,001, you pay what? You pay us 5 cents, okay? Right, don't mess us about. 5 cents, please. If I just continue? Yes. Right. Yeah, so you pay us 5% on the revenue above $1 million. That's it, right? There's no support from Epic. You can use the community support. The alternative to that model is a custom license. A custom license is essentially you pay up front, it reduces that license, reduces the royalty. If you expect to earn a lot of money on your game, do that because the price is you're gonna get the price back in the royalty, and you get epic support. I can talk to you about that. Unreal Editor for Fortnite. This is our relatively new thing. This is a whole other tool that we provide to you to enable you to make games very quickly, very easily, and get them out to your to the world trivially quickly, right? This is Unreal Editor for Fortnite is an Unreal Engine-based editor. It's largely there's lots of commonality. It looks mostly the same, and most of the tools are there. Not all, but most of them. You can build your content. You can use all the meshes and all the artwork that you want, whatever artwork you want. There's no restrictions on that, on the environmental content. You build gameplay using a new language called Verse, which requires learning, but it's cool. And then you can publish your game to the world through Fortnite. Anybody who has playing Fortnite can download your game within a very short space of time of you hitting the publish button. That's it, right? Your game is multiplayer out the box. There's very flexible language. The Epic is all in on this tool, right? We've got a lot of people working on these tools to make the content, make the features more and more rich, and make a more and more flexible environment to make video games. Yes, and you can use, as I say, use Fab to download tons of content and build your experiences and get in front of the world very, very easily. Bear this in mind. You can make the bottom line is you can make games very, very fast and get them out to your players very, very instantly. Right? This is a great way of testing ideas. Hang on, I've got 17 seconds. So Epic Games Store, if you're making mobile games, we've got a new mobile store coming in the EU. How cool is that, right? There's another way that you can sell your games on iOS and Android in Europe. Shut up. And that's coming, and it's coming very soon. If you're making mobile games, you want to speak to us, let me know afterwards. I want to meet you all if I haven't met you already. That's my time plus 8 seconds. Nice. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Ben. That was awesome. Our next speaker, I'll adjust Ben's microphone. And we'll dive straight into our next speaker. So our next speaker is the CEO of Hew Works. Please, everybody, give a big round of applause for Meher Kalandarian.
Oh, Ben, my back is going to hurt now. Right. Hi, everyone. My name is Meher, and I just want to share a bit of an honest approach about our journey. I wish my talk was 1 hour, but it's not. So basically, I founded Hew Works a few years ago together with my brother, Narek, and Helen. Narek is a 3D artist and a self-taught 3D artist, and I take care of all the business side of things. So background check. So basically, I worked at the Scottish government before. My background is business management, grant management, and I was not involved in the game industry, but I did have a company with my brother before in the entertainment, in the film and animation industry. And my brother worked at Pixar before and had lots of some work will speak to itself. So animation, we did some cinematics are very old work, 20 years ago or so, but I wish there was a video to showcase more of the work. But we started Hew Works, which was a primarily animation and film related business, and we did things to cover the bill, like commercials for television and visual effects for film and TV, and that's how we kind of covered the expenses while I was the only person living in Scotland and they were not living in Scotland. And while we were prototyping and doing a lot of R&D, preparing and learning, we continued to take on jobs to pay the bills and received an Epic Mega Grant during that time twice, which was amazing to cover our cost while doing the prototype. During this period, we faced some challenges, of course, some regular startup challenges that everybody faces, but also some unusual and unnecessary challenges that, for example, getting out of a war zone, surviving an explosion, no internet, power cuts. You can't run really a tech company in those situations. I won't depress you with these stuff. That's enough for another day. Non-game dev background, coming from film and animation. You're coming into the video games industry. We knew we were going to face some trouble, some problems with that. So we had our 3 to 4 minute playable demo, entirely done by 2 people in their spare time with originally composed music. My uncle is a music composer, so yeah, it's a family thing, yeah. And we had 2 CG cinematic trailers because that's what we were good at doing while learning, so we had that finished, and I prepared the whole pitch, got the business side covered, got the numbers covered, what I thought so. And then I spoke to a lot of publishers, tried to apply for funding. It was very frustrating. Frustration that probably most of you in this room, especially those who run their own indie companies, probably share and relate to. But I had my professional business hat on, business management hat on, and I approached it a bit differently. I observed a lot, reflected and learned from these talks and experiences and of the frustrations. And the first observation that I had was that not all publishers can see an opportunity and jump on it, or ask the right questions as such, which was a bit of a tricky one for me because I was like, this is a creative sector, so it shouldn't be a tick box, or is it? So it was a question mark that I had, which was, kept on coming whenever I was talking to publishers. Second observation, and putting my grant management hat on, and again, generalizing here, there were some really good publishers they were very honest with me from the beginning, so we'll put those aside for now. The issue was not about who knows more about games, how many titles you know compared to how many titles I know, but it was more about the basics, about lack of organization skills, management skills, efficient processes in place for application assessment. And of course, larger publishers had the bureaucratic structure which dragged on with indie small companies who are paying from their own pockets, and that caused delays, and then obviously caused indies to struggle and be in uncertainty. So refusals are painful, but what can I do to get results was the main question that was going through my head throughout this process. And I knew that I had to have a different strategy. I knew that I wasn't here to educate anybody or change the world. But was I desperate? Yes, I was. But I also knew that after talking to a lot of different publishers that not everyone who throws money at you is the right partner to have. So you have to be very careful, even in the most desperate times. Common message I received was that we don't have track record of published titles, and we don't have online traction. Well, what does online traction even mean? I mean, I knew that they were talking about wish lists and some media coverage, but I didn't even know what that meant. So I asked about our particular project, three publishers who were a bit more honest with me from the beginning, so I trusted them. They all said the same thing. They said, for your game, what about you get 3,000 wish lists? I'm like, I have no idea whether that was achievable or not. So I knew I needed a new strategy, a new approach. Quit the full-time job first. 2 months before the pandemic was not a good timing. Create a trailer from the demo that we had, put it out there. There are pros and cons of doing that, and I was totally aware, but I had no choice. That's for another day. Get online traction, media interest, and reverse the role. Get the publishers coming and talk to me because I was sick and tired of trying to prove myself for a long, long time. And the result was we got IGN exclusive, PlayStation Magazine covered us, which is very interesting. The Big 10 stories everyone's talking about. We were number 8, we didn't even have a game. And we had lots of media interest, which was very good. Target wishlist was 3,000 Steam wishlists, and in a week we got around 12,000 wishlists, which was great. So a lot of publishers who had refused me from the beginning, they came in again to talk again and put on a new face. We received 3 deals, and we finally signed our first ever game with Konami Entertainment. I learned a few things from my experience, not only talking to publishers, but also setting up a studio, recruiting, starting up, all of those sort of things. And it allowed me to think even more and to reflect on and observe on experiences. Some of the experiences I will just share. Again, I wish I had more time to talk about these in more detail. One of the things that I realized that we need to have a good lawyer in place. I know that's quite difficult for indies, expensive, all that stuff, but that's very important. And we had very good lawyers, and you can have things in place where you can arrange. Some companies will agree to arrange payment systems in place for later, slow payments. So there are ways around it. But pick your battles and avoid tunnel thinking approach, because the good lawyers will bring you a lot of points, and that's why I realized during my negotiation time. But it's up to you to really pick your battles and see, well, what can I live with, what I cannot live with. Stakeholder engagement, always keep them in the loop, was kind of an important thing. I loved Konami to be in the office. They were coming every month. If they didn't come, I used to go down to see them. And my staff were a bit stressed whenever Konami used to come over, and I was like, I don't mind, because there was transparency there. They knew about every single problem we were facing and how we're sorting it out, and they would not bother me because they would know, and they would cover my back internally. Focusing on all aspects of the business is a very important thing. Sometimes we start a company, a video games company, a group of developers or artists come together. They're very passionate about making games. They forget they're running a business. And that's what we kind of understood from the beginning, and we decided that I'm focusing on the business side, full-time job. If you gave me 3 full-timers, I would have given them full-time jobs. That's how busy I was. And then, of course, my brother was doing all the other bits, production related. But I was also involved in the project. So focusing on the art and the dev and business side, music, story, if it's relevant, is important. IP trademark is a topic that it's interesting. After talking to a lot of colleagues in the industry, some people didn't take it seriously, but sometimes you don't have a choice because it's part and parcel of your contract. So to do that, you need to be aware that you will be faced with a lot of surprises. For example, I was dealing with a case with a casino in Spain. I won the case, by the way. Working with the recruiting and staff, I will not go into this because I don't have time. I prefer to show you what enjoy the journey and creative process, but resilience and perseverance is one of the main things I would say. This is the industry that requires that. And you're probably wondering, what the hell is your game? Our first game is a shoot 'em up, actually. It's a traditional shooter game that we took the concept of the good old shmups, and we turned it into a cinematic version that we want to see in today's platforms. And the situation is we finished the game, and in 2 weeks I'll be in LA basically announcing the release date of our game. And here's this trailer. I'll leave you with that. And I've got 1 minute left. The trailer is 1 minute. Music? Sound? Is there sound? I'm holding on, but that's not holding on. Well, it has to be sound. It's all voiceover. Anyhow, it's not gonna work. It's a pity, but yeah. Anyways, I'll leave you with it.
Thank you very much, Meher. If nothing else, this is a really cool backdrop for the end of this block, so I really appreciate it. We are coming up to our first break of the evening, but before we go away, I just want to give another massive thank you to our sponsors, including BFI, British Film Institute, and Blackadder's, who, without their unwavering support, nights like tonight and the rest of the nights this week would not have happened, so a big thank you to them. And another reminder for our charity raffle. Our raffle is going to be for Save the Children, and all of our proceeds will go to the children in Gaza. It's a hugely important and a huge thing to donate to, and you may get a chance to win some prizes as well. So it's a win-win, and many thanks. And for the next block, you can expect to hear talks from Rhys Wright, Chris Phillip, and Kirk Daly. Please enjoy your break, and we'll be back in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here again. We were in Scotland for GTL last year, and it's actually really nice to be in my hometown. I'm from Newcastle, from Cullercoats, actually, and it's also really nice to see like loads of familiar people, lots of people who I've worked with before. So it's really special to be here, and yeah, I'm glad we can share this with you. So you're absolutely right. We work on the collective team in Square Enix, which is Square's indie publishing label. What that means is we work with small independent teams all around the world who are developing their own IP, and our goal is to invest in them to bring their games to life. We work with teams big and small, like Future Lab, the developers of Power Wash Simulator, as well as small teams where we hope to aid and develop future talent. So these are a couple of our titles, and Little Goody Two Shoes is our next release. So please buy that when it comes out because it's very special and very cool. But what else have we done? Lots of other stuff. You can probably find it in the back catalog. So today I am not going to be talking about how it pitched to us. And I'm also not going to be talking about how to do a pitch, things publishers want to see, or what Square Enix is trying to publish right now, because as everyone has mentioned, there is so much information about this online right now. I don't need to tell you this. You already know it, and you're already probably doing a really great job of it. Oh, the text on here is so small. So what am I here to talk to you about today? Well, what happens when you do get signed? What do you need to know? What is a publisher going to expect from you? And what are you going to have prepared in order to make the most of that relationship in the time that you have? So what will a publisher ask for from you? So this will, of course, vary from publisher to publisher, and this is just my personal perspective about what Collective do. The type of things that we will ask for are like a due diligence package. So this is sort of an umbrella term that I'm using to describe a whole host of documentation. This includes, but isn't limited to, like an organizational chart, a resource plan, sort of your hires and who you need to hire to make the game, development roadmap and development schedule, which are two different things. Don't ask me to go into the details of that now. Stuff like a risk log, finance plan, technical and game design documents. And yes, we do read the game design documents actually, so they are a really good thing to include. Other boring stuff includes any info that you have on third-party material you have in your game, third-party like apps or content stuff that you get off the Unity or Unreal store. Really good to know what that stuff is, because when the lawyers come, and they always do when you're getting published, they need to know, like, you know, how to represent you the best they can. So that's a really good thing to look out for too. Mentioning legal as well, always have legal representation. If you are getting signed, you need to have someone to look out for your best interests. Your publisher is looking out for their best interest, and you as a team need to have someone in your corner to fight when the big legal documents come. When the development agreement comes, it's going to be like 1 million pages long. Have someone with legal eyes to look over it. Get your company registered, get business insurance, set up a business bank account. All of these things you probably already have done, but it's good to mention it again. So once you are signed and you have sent all of these things over to a publisher, the fun doesn't end there, because there is so many more boring documents to fill out, and there are so many more really boring things that a publisher is going to ask you for throughout the whole of development. So these are things that are not related to making the game, but these are things you do need to do in order to make the game, especially with a publisher. So try to keep it in mind. Things include making time to join calls, discuss deliveries, project updates, plans, and setting expectations between yourself and the publisher and any other stakeholder. These are not technically about making the game. These are not adding art, adding tech, things like that. But if you don't do this, then you're probably going to be screwed a little bit later on. Also, someone is going to have to prepare milestone deliverables, documentation to go with it, and the actual time it takes to get that to your publisher. Otherwise, you're probably not going to get paid if you're not delivering your milestones. Other things include keeping live documents up to date. So that TDD, that GDD, risk assessments, things like that. Someone's going to need to be held accountable for that. And these are things that change during the course of development. So you need to have someone's time assigned to that. Also, who is helping to create and understand what your delivery process is going to be, whether that is to the publisher for milestones or whether that is to QA. And if you have your own internal QA, You'll probably also have to deal with the publisher's QA if you're releasing under their label. Have you got a schedule for that? And do your team know exactly how they want to receive those deliverables? Additionally, how is it that you're communicating with your publisher? Do you have an established list of platforms and processes that you're communicating them through so nothing can get lost and nobody's time is going to get wasted? How are you localizing your game? Is your game going to be released in more languages than English? And who is managing the change process for that and the QA process for that? Also, the lawyers will come back. So you need someone's time to set aside to talk to those lawyers because with a publisher, especially with us, the legal team will have questions and it's better to just have someone in the loop to answer that. Another thing is, how much feedback are you expecting from your publisher and how much of that do you actually want to incorporate into your game? Every team wants different levels of that. Some want more, some want less, some want to be left alone. So it's really good to set that expectation early on so both parties are aware of exactly what their responsibilities for. Now, I've talked about a lot of stuff here, right? And if this seems like an awful lot of work, like it could be someone's full-time job, you are right. Actually, this could be someone's full-time job, and it probably is. You could hire a producer. This person will probably take care of all of this stuff for you so you can continue to develop the game. They will help you manage your capacity. They will help you manage all of these things. And like, I'm pretty sure if you hire a producer, it will solve all of your problems. So you should probably do that. Don't take my word for it though. So marketing stuff. I should have said it. I am a producer. I have nothing to do with the previous thing I just said. I just happen to also be a producer as well. But in order for your publisher to do the best possible job marketing your game, they will need your time and input involving marketing and strategy. So you should set some time aside to anticipate joining strategy calls with your publisher and their marketing team. They'll need to liaise with you in order for you to deliver them key assets, or maybe, depending on what your relationship with them is, produce new assets to support the marketing effort. If you are not sure, you can work with your publisher upfront to decide how much time you can give them so they can make plans around this. Do you want to build a community around your game? And do you have a community manager internally, or are you looking to hire one? And who is responsible for maintaining and growing that community? And who has time to tweet about the game? How much support your publisher is able to offer you will be a conversation between you and them. So understand this early. They might not have an internal person who is responsible for all this stuff, and they might be counting on you guys to manage your brand and to be really keyed in on what it is that you want the audience and the players to feel about it. So establish this early on, and then you'll be able to set up the strategy just right. Events as well. So you want to consider who on your team is best placed to attend events, and is it appropriate for that person to take away time from development? Also, who's prepping the content required for shows? Is a special build required? Will that build come at the same time when a version of the title is going through some QA? Is it totally broken? You need to figure this stuff out. Who is going to do that? What assets do they need? And do they have experience running a stand, or is the publisher going to handle that? Questions that probably need answers. And also, like, how involved do you want to be in deciding what direction the marketing will take and what the brand for your game will be? As an indie studio, you probably have a really strong opinion of that, and you are absolutely best placed to communicate that. It's your game and your IP after all. You need to establish this with your publisher early on so everyone is on exactly the same page with what to expect. And in terms of key takeaways from all of the stuff that I've just blurbed out here, what I would like you guys to remember is to keep time aside for non-game development related work that is needed to ship the game. A good publisher will always want to work with you, so make time for them, keep in touch, and keep them updated. Make sure comms lines are clear and you know how to reach your publisher and who will be able to help you with queries and problems in a pinch. And lastly, but most importantly, ask for the budget to hire a producer, and nothing will ever go wrong, ever. It will all be fine. That will solve all your problems. Yeah, thank you so much for listening. That's all I have to say. Feel free to come chat to myself or Katie. She's the game scout, so if you've got anything to pitch to her. But yeah, other than that, thanks very much.
thank you for staying late and tuning in. And one thing I wanted to do, because this is going to be on the internet for the future, is to speak to people in the future and say, if you're in the future, did I buy the Vision Pro and do I like it? And how's that new Switch? It's very interesting. But a bit about me. I'm Ian. I'm our program manager. I was a freelance games journalist back in the 90s. I got scared when the dot-com bubble burst and went and got a proper job. And I'm here today to tell you to never get scared and not get a proper job. Get a real job. Has to be a real job, but don't get a proper job. I joined Double 11 in 2019. I tried to be a producer, and they were like, "You're not a producer. Tightening up the graphics on level 3 isn't a real thing, Ian, but we might need you." And so I manage our partnerships and comms. The story so far for Double 11, we've been around, like I say, about 13 years. So 2009, Lee founds a studio in his loft with some mates. He's been in the industry a long time. And then we bring some people on. Some people come, some people go. Some of them go off and start cool new things, which is really awesome. But over those years, we thought that there should be a kinder and like a nicer and better way of doing it. And that's what we've been trying to do through all of that time. And we've been trying to do that with lots of people, some of whom are in this room, which is quite exciting. Hearing Frozen Synapse being mentioned earlier on was cool. So we are predominantly a work-for-hire studio, working with all these kinds of studios. But what I'm here to talk about tonight is about partnerships and what a partnership means to us. And it's sort of baked into the origin story of the studio. Like Lee could not have stood up one day and decided to go and found his own studio on his own and just go and do stuff on his own. Like the myth of the solo dev, like well-trod tale, but in reality, it never really happens. There's always someone else around. And so for us, like, partnership is integral to the business as a work-for-hire studio. We always want to find new partners to work with and new people to work with. And when you think about it, when you're playing games, you are inherently always with others. There's always a partnership. Even if you're playing a single-player game, you are engaging in play with the people that made that. All the developers, all the designers, the programmers, audio people, like everyone who was involved in making that game and bringing it to your screen, you're kind of playing along with them. And games are filled with partnerships. Like they're also embodied, in the content themselves, like from Jack and Daxter and Bob and Bob and Mario and Luigi and Tails and Sonic and Ratchet and Clank and the Chief and Cortana, who made me cry at the end of Halo 4, and Zelda and Link and Billy and Jimmy Lee, who on reflection are a bad example here because at the end of Double Dragon, they fight to the death over a woman. That's not aged very well. So core beliefs, not to do with that. We believe as a studio, and this bleeds into like everything we do, including who we choose to partner with and how we engage as partners. We believe that work-life balance should exist. That's why Lee founded the studio. He wasn't spending enough time with his family. He sort of wanted to and felt that was important. We'll avoid crunch. We'll try and be real and transparent about timescales with people, with partners, with people on the team, so that we can avoid kind of the hellscape nightmare that I think a lot of people have lived through. And that's not to say it's never happened, but we always try really hard to avoid it. And our plans have become longer term over time. Like we try and plan for the studio to be around for a long time. We try and talk to partners about being here 10 years from now. Like nobody knows exactly what kind of game is going to be the next big thing, but like we're trying to take decisions and plan to keep the studio and keep the wheels on and make sure that like we're financially secure and that we can afford to pay people, and there's never that kind of like junk game dev job that I think junky game dev that we talked about earlier. And that we feel like partners should be treated fairly, and that's really important. And that it's very unfortunate that having done this in Google Docs and then exporting it, the line appears to have been drawn through the word fairly there, but I promise you on my screen it was underneath. So I'm going to share some things we've learned. I've learned a new thing tonight about preparing things in PowerPoint. And this isn't a list of things that have gone perfectly. These are my observations, and you're very free to disagree with them and should. And I want to talk to people who disagree or go, that's bullshit here, or whatever. But the first thing I think that's important when you're starting a partnership is the basics, right? It's like starting with really basic things. So that's about going into it open. So like starting with the basics makes you sound a little bit 12th Doctor, and I'm just going to lean into it. But like always try to be nice, but never fail to be kind is a really, really important thing. When you're starting a new partnership, it can be very easy to go into it and go, well, we won't talk about that now because it might upset them or whatever. And actually you're just creating problems for later. So really start really open, solve problems with data and unconditional love, and you won't go far wrong. And similarly, you need to think about your logistics. If you're a small team starting out, maybe you're all remote, maybe some of you are in a different country, you got to think about things like, where is the data going? Where is stuff being stored? If you've got someone who sometimes works from Portugal for a few months a year, are you exporting data into a country? All that sort of logistical kind of noodly detailed nuanced stuff that you only really learn by going wrong once. And that dovetails nicely into the legal stuff as well. Like, is it okay to transport stuff about? Do you need a separate network? Do you need separate machines? Do you conflict or partners that maybe other partners don't like for real reasons or made up ones? The made up ones are much worse and harder to get past. And then make a plan. Have you got a plan? Is it a good plan? How long do you look at the plan? How often do you look at the plan? Is it over there? Is it active? Have you got risk logs? Things like that. These are all the basics. These are table stakes. You got to have this set, like, nailed and really good. And then once you've got things like that, then you can worry about things like communication, because I love, I'm an old school Prince 2 project manager, and I love processes that are like quite old fashioned for stuff. There's a really good one called 5 Whys. And as I've conducted 5 Whys processes when things have gone wrong over the years, the thing I really found most often is when something goes wrong, it's down to communication. Someone somewhere didn't know something. So make sure you set up your comms channels nice and early, and make sure they're working and they're robust, whether it's Teams or Slack or WhatsApp or whatever it is. Like, be very active and communicative, and you're going to want to talk a lot early on. Your partners also are going to be unprepared for how much you will slow them down and how much they will slow you down. And that's natural. You're starting a relationship. You don't know you all very well yet. Like, it's good to talk and over communicate a little bit and find out what the rhythms are that they work in. Are they on a different time zone to you? All those sorts of things. And then it's also a really good idea to find out what reporting you're going to do and what they need, right? Because it's easy to just prepare a weekly report that nobody looks at, or easy to prepare like a monthly report or whatever. But find out what they actually want by talking to them and asking them what they need to see. Then you'll get it much easier for you to ask for things later, because you went to the trouble of asking them what they wanted and what they needed to see. And then this one's quite hard in a kind of post-COVID emerging economic nightmare hellscape. But if you can, meet in person as often as you can, like hang out with each other. And when you're doing that, like, try and set goals for hanging out and spending time together that aren't just deliverables for the project. So don't go, right, we're all remote, we're going to get together for a week and we're going to bash out this major key deliverable that we need. Make sure you build time into that time together for things that aren't just deliverables. Like, set goals for people to work together on things that they can definitely achieve and that will make them feel good about working together. This is where like icebreaker and team building activities come from, right? It's a really good idea to do that. And then when you finish that meeting, make sure you finish by planning your next one so that you can get together again in future, because it's really helpful. And lastly, I think be opinionated about what you're doing, because you've been brought onto a project for your capability and for your knowledge. So establish some areas of ownership up front and know what's good. So if you're like, we're a technically led studio historically, so that means, you know, we'll come on with like quite a strong opinion about some of the technical aspects of the project, but maybe on the design or the art stuff, we need to listen a little bit more. And again, like if you can bring your opinion more strongly up front, you've never got that situation later on where someone goes, well, I knew it wouldn't work. It's like, well, why weren't you talking about it at the time? There's a nice way to talk about it. And cross-pollinate and understand their problems and their challenges where you can. There's a sort of business min-max kind of approach to things that tells you that like you mustn't understand the other bits. You just focus on your bit. But I think that makes things a bit soulless. If you can understand other people's problems, you can at least empathize and maybe you can help. And ask for opinions in return when you're giving yours, because then that way you're creating a nice loop between you all where everyone's free to share opinions and talk about what's going on. And I will end on the note, which is, remember that it's fun. Like, we're manufacturing fun, we're making fun. This process should be fun. If it's not fun too many days in a row, stop and make some time to talk about why it's not fun. That's not wasted time. That is the work. You know, spending time talking to each other and making things better, that is the job. There we go.
of speakers. All right. Looks like we're back in our seats, folks. So welcome back from our break, and welcome back to our second block of speeches in Games Talks Live Edinburgh. So without further ado, we'll get stuck straight back into it. Our next speaker of today, representing the British Film Institute, he is a fund manager at UK Global Screen Fund. Please everybody give a big warm welcome to Chris Phillip.
Right, thank you so much, folks. I wish I knew how the stage was being set up, because there's going to be a QR code at the end in the bottom right corner of the screen. But hey, hopefully Dundee, we can flip it around and it's going to be better. My name's Chris. Thank you so much for the introduction. As opposed to the person who spoke ahead of me, my background is quite the opposite. I started as a game designer and producer, and then I moved into grant management. And at the moment, I work as the fund manager for the International Business Development Strand at the UK Global Screen Fund, which is a fund that's managed by the BFI and awarded by the Department of Culture, Media and Sport. So that's a very, very long title to basically say, I'm here to talk to you about free money. Before we do that, however, I just want to briefly start with a timeline. 2014 was the year in which the video game tax relief has been approved. Since then, video game companies could apply to have up to 25% or so of their core cost be reimbursed back by the government. And that's something that I really hope that all of you are going to do. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because the BFI is the one that's managing the culture test, which you need to fill in the application form in order to get a certificate, which you then take to HMRC together with your accounts and a letter that's signed by somebody in order to say, hey, yeah, you're cool, your game is British, and you deserve some money back. I've been around film and TV people for the past 5 years or so, in addition to games. And to date, I haven't seen a single film or TV series budget that didn't have their sector's tax relief built into it. I've seen a lot of people in games make games without building that in. And honestly, that's just something that I hope more of you are going to do. But that was 2014, right? That's ever since then, the BFI has been quite involved in the video game sector. And you will have heard my colleague Anna Mansi, who is now our Director of Video Games and Certification, talk about all of these things together with a lot of additional slides telling you about the British test, and hopefully, usually, an accountant, some of whom are also in the room with us tonight, in order to tell you how to actually claim all of that and what you can and can't claim. And it turns out that hospitality isn't something that you can claim tax back on. But since then, the BFI has been involved in games. 2021 was the year that the UK Global Screen Fund got started. And under international business development, we had a line that said we can also fund interactive narrative video games, which honestly is just a line to say video games that aren't casino games and that have some sort of narrative elements in them. We have also launched the 2033 strategy of the British Film Institute. So that's going to take the BFI up until their 100th anniversary. In there, video games are mentioned as one of the sectors in which the BFI is going to do more of. And since then, we have announced not only what you're going to see on the next couple of screens, but also the Innovation Challenge Fund, which was a fund which offered up to around £350,000 across 2 challenges specifically to help the video game sector. One of them had to do with data in the video game sector, and I believe some of the applicants for that are in the room with us tonight. The other one had to do with helping folks from underrepresented backgrounds be able to achieve more with their games. So that's, again, money that the BFI is committing to the video game sector. And there will be more things coming out. I'm here to tell you that in addition to the bits about the UK Global Screen Fund, we are here to listen, and we are here to find ways to work together with the existing initiatives in the video games world to figure out how we can together grow the sector and continue its booming success. But going back to the UK Global Screen Fund, over the past 3 years, since 2021, we've awarded over £1.6 million to game companies. There's 20 games companies or 20 companies that are around in games who we've awarded, and you can see their names there, companies from all over the UK, including one company in Scotland. Now, I'm going to go over the next few slides and talk to you very briefly about eligibility criteria and how the fund operates. However, I do need to underline that I know there are more companies out there in Scotland, in games, which we can award. Part of the reason why we haven't is because they haven't put in an application. So I'd like to invite all of you who are eligible to think about whether you have the time to put in an application to receive up to £200,000 over the next 3 years as grant funding. Before we go into eligibility, however, I also wanted to highlight Screen UK, which is a platform that we've been building at the UK Global Screen Fund and the BFI for the past 2 years or so. It has 2 components, a B2C component where we highlight games which are games, films, TV, which are being launched from UK studios and UK producers outside of the UK. So at the moment, it works in US, Canada, and a few other territories, including France. If you have a game coming up in the next 2, 3, 5, 6 months, please let us know, because we might be able to highlight it here the same way that we've highlighted Bish Bash Bots, the same way that we've highlighted the Pirate Queen, Galacticare, and so on. It's free advertising. We pay for ads to make sure that people see this and people organically come to the website to see what else has been launching from the UK. This embeds links to your storefronts, so people click through to Steam or PlayStation or Xbox, and then they're able to buy the game. So if you want to learn more about that, do ask me. We also have a Screen UK industry part of the platform, which has just been launched last week at Cannes. That is going to have up-to-date information about events happening in the games industry, especially around things like conferences, talks, trainings, as well as funding that's available. And you can find some information there about the different bits of funding that are available for games. That's also available for film and TV. So if anybody, and animation, so if anybody here crosses the streams, you can find out more about that. Again, it's something that we're maintaining and that we want to keep up to date. So if you see anything, if you know about anything that isn't there, let us know and we can add it. Now, with the international business development strand, the funding is there to help you grow your business internationally, have more sales, increase your audiences and your reach. That means that we have a look at your business as a whole, not at any individual projects you have. We are not an editorial fund. We want to see that you have a sustainable, successful business. And in order to apply for the grant funding of £50,000 to £200,000, what we are looking to see is that you're a company that has been around for at least 2 years, that if you've been around for more than 4 years, you have led on the development or publishing of at least 1 game in the past 3 years. So that's a credit on a storefront or something similar to that. If your company is older than 2 years but younger than 4, we can have a look at you having prototype funding or some sort of development funding from a third party as long as the idea is for the title or titles that you're working on is to be released in the next 3 financial years. And you must have achieved at least a minimum of £35,000 gross profit average over the current year forecast and the past 2 historical financial years. And that is all of the money that's coming in, regardless of source, minus your costs of sale, but before salaries, rent, and other overheads. Again, I'm happy to talk to you about this in more detail. Now, sorry, can we go back, please? Thank you. Now, with this, you might see that the funding is not intended for individual project funding. This isn't a prototype fund. This is not a content fund. That's Colin, the other like bald man that has access to money to fund game companies. What we are looking at, and the way that you should be looking at the fund, is that it is a scale-up fund. We are here to support the elements of your strategy which may not be covered by the content funding or the prototype funding. Things like being able to take on new key strategic hires, things like being able to acquire intellectual property, marketing plans, translation, dubbing, porting, as well as, to a degree, things like travel to events and legal costs, as long as that's less than 25% of your total ask. All we ask from you is that you, great, you can't really see what the email address is. But all we ask from you is to show us your business strategy and to tell us what you're working on. We have funded to date close to 100 companies. Each one of those, not in games, overall across TV, film, and animation and video games, 20 from the games scene. But all of those had unique business plans. I'm just here to tell you that the funding is not for individual project funding. Beyond that, what it's for and what we can cover, that's up to you. We don't have a recipe. And if you want to talk to me about your business strategy, you can find me at the break. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. To introduce our next speaker, they are currently a senior producer at Devolver Digital and a co-founder at SavePoint Industry Gathering. Here to discuss supporting the underrepresented, why SavePoint exists, please welcome onto the stage, Reese Wright.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me, and thank you for the wonderful introduction there. Yes, as you heard, I'm Reese Wright. I am a senior producer at Devolver Digital, but I'm not here repping them tonight, even though they are one of our wonderful sponsors. I'm here to talk about SavePoint, which is a community, professional networking community for people of underrepresented genders who work in the video games industry. I'm going to talk a little bit about how we came about, why we came about, why it's still important, and give you a few things you might be interested in supporting if you're interested in more information. All right, so SavePoint. We started originally, I'm in Glasgow now, but I used to live down in London, and we started as an in-person event, the idea being that we would be running it for all the locals to come along on a monthly basis, and we started this in February 2020. Not quite the best date for doing this. So we had to pivot very, very quickly. We actually had an event that was planned for March that fell basically right when lockdown started. So we quickly pivoted to online and started running monthly events, and we have a Discord community. And it was at that time very much focused on just the UK, largely because that was where all our connections were, right? We wanted to be able to support the people we knew. But it became quite clear that once everything's online, we can grow quite a lot and do a lot more. So we actually found another group that was doing a very similar thing in the US called Key Creators Industry Gathering. Now, they were based around, there was a sort of offshoot of Games Industry Gathering. Some of you may have heard of that. It's a sort of speed networking event that was being run online, which is a lot of fun. I do highly recommend it. But joining up with Key Creators meant we sort of came under their umbrella, and we do a very similar thing where we do like an online networking meeting for people who are members of our community. But now we have over, this is actually a little out of date, we actually now have over 900 members. And we also have gone back, finally, to running in-person events again. And we run events all around the world. We do them, but this is from GDC. We're doing something at Develop Brighton this year. We've been able to do stuff at Gamescom. And it's really nice to be able to bring the community together in person and online as well for people who have less accessibility to coming along to events. But why do we exist? So SavePoint, as I said, it's been around for about 4 years now, and we're still feeling as important as ever. And the main thing that we started was because we wanted to create a networking community for people of all underrepresented genders. There's quite a few different groups out there that are focused on women, and they're quite femme-presenting in either their language or sort of women and. And they are very much sort of stated that they're not as interested in sort of mask-presenting MB people or trans men. We wanted to have a space for everyone to come along and feel comfortable. Due to underrepresentation, it can be really hard for people to find their peer group. And this is a really important thing. When you're working in the games industry, you may have problems that you want to be able to talk to someone about who kind of gets where your point of view is. And if you're working at a studio of, 20, 30 people and you're the only woman on the team or the only non-binary person on the team, you can feel a little bit out of sorts and you kind of feel like the odd one out in the room. Being able to have a group of peers that you can ask for advice or, sound check whether going to this company is a good idea or, kind of get some pointers on how you deal with certain problems that you're facing is really, really important. And it deals so much it's such a huge deal for people to be able to succeed in this industry when they're feeling more comfortable in their own skin and they're not having to be constantly worrying about doing the wrong thing or misrepresenting themselves or making a mistake. The big reason, though, why we created SavePoint was, obviously improving diversity is really important. This has been a big keyword, I think, for most of us for the last few years. But there's a lot of stuff that's happening at the moment as far as like bringing more diverse people into games, which is fantastic. And a lot of the schools are doing some really great things of trying to improve the numbers of people that are entering the games industry. But the big thing that we're looking to be able to help is to keep people in the industry. This has always been a big problem with the funnel of getting diversity improvements within games. That it's not just bringing them in, it's helping to support the people who are here so they don't leave. Now, some of the stats with like people leaving the industry, I think like the average career is about 5 years, which is kind of atrocious. That's much worse for people from different diverse backgrounds. I've been in games now for 18 years, so I've bucked the trend a little bit, but I've definitely seen how hard it can be. And I want to try and help create that safety net for other people so that they can feel comfortable doing what we do. But this is just dive into a little bit about the diversity of the games industry. And I think this stuff is really important, especially right now, because we're seeing a lot of backlash, not from within the games industry, but certainly from outside of it, that a lot of these kind of initiatives are starting to take a bit of a back seat this year. Obviously, there's a lot of other things going on in games, but I do want to keep saying, this is a very important thing we should all be thinking about. I'm going to pull some stats from the 2022 Games Industry Survey from UK. If you haven't had a chance to look through this, I definitely highly recommend it. There should be a new one coming out soon. But these are the sort of outlook of what the games industry is. At the moment, this should be almost 50-50 for female and male representation. It's got a ways to go. It has improved, and it is improving slowly, but there's still a long way to go. The 3% non-binary is actually really interesting, though, because it's saying that this is actually quite high, and it's also 4% trans people in the games industry, which is significantly higher than the global working population. So as much as we've got a ways to go to be able to support women within the industry, there's also something there that it's difficult to pinpoint exactly what it is, but it is saying that perhaps we're a more supportive place for people of other underrepresented genders. Perhaps it's just a much more attractive career for people that are, living a little bit differently and want to, express themselves, because this is a great space for doing that. But whatever it is, it's great to see that we're actually creating spaces that people feel more comfortable in. Long may that continue. talking about other minorities, though, obviously there's still a lot to be fixed there. The 11% for Black, Asian, and other ethnic minorities is quite terrible, and obviously it's much, much lower in senior positions, and that goes the same for different gender minorities as well. There's a lot to be fixed there. The big thing as well at the moment, and I think there's a lot more people talking about this, is the level of income disparity of people coming into the games industry. Although it is about the same, just a little lower than sort of doctors, journalists, and lawyers, there's still a lot to be fixed there. But this is quite interesting. That, it's not all doom and gloom. 24% of the games industry self-reports as LGBTQ+. That's astonishing. the national average is, say, that's 3.1% is what they're assuming it is. So we're all very queer, and it's wonderful. But that says that there's a lot of support here. This is also really interesting that the 18% self-report is neurodivergent, and it's also 18% report as long-term disabled, which says that there are good support structures in place within games. So there's, we've got a lot to be proud of, and we definitely should be patting ourselves on the back a little bit, but we still got a wee ways to go. So obviously games are a billion-pound industry, and people want to be able to create authentic experiences, and the only way you're going to be able to do that is have every voice at the table. We're not the only group that are doing some wonderful things. I do want to highlight that there are some other really wonderful people doing some fantastic stuff here. So Pixel are a great resource if you're looking for more information on what you can do to improve diversity within your own studios. Limit Break Mentorship is another group that I'm associated with, who do a free mentoring scheme for the UK. If you have people who, it's not just for juniors, it's for anyone who's within any underrepresented group to be mentored in anything within the games industry. UK obviously have some really great resources on their website, and also run the Raise the Game scheme, which is trying to hold companies to account to improve their diversity into games, obviously doing an awful lot of really good stuff about bringing people into the games industry and supporting people from different economic backgrounds. And Pock and Play as well is a wonderful group that have been doing a lot for people of colour. And this is actually my old deck, because I had an extra slide in my new one, but that's fine. It just had a little bit about SavePoint and where to get in contact with us. So if you do want to hear more about what you can do to either support what we're doing, or if you want to know about how to sign up, or you want to talk about this within your own studios, then please do come up and have a wee chat. I'll be happy to tell you more about what we do and the wonderful stuff that you can do to help. And that's it from me, and I'm actually 25 seconds under, so first short one of the night.
That was awesome. Thank you very much, Reese. And our next speaker, representing as a partner at Blackadders, please give a warm welcome to Kirk Daly.
Hello, everyone. Great to be here. I hope you're all doing well. I'm Kirk Daly, partner at Blackadders. We're a Scottish law firm, and we specialise in video games. Been involved in some really cool stuff over the years. Acted in connection with the Minecraft agreement between 4J Studios and Mojang. We acted in the sale of CloudGen to Epic Games and Digital Goldfish to Ninja Kiwi, as well as a number of interesting publishing agreements and various other projects over the years. So it's an industry we're really passionate about and keen to support. This evening, I'm going to talk about AI, video games and the law. Where are we now? Great question. Not an easy one to answer, certainly in 10 minutes. But I thought we'd just kick off just a little bit of, went the wrong way. Yep. Just a little bit of fun. I asked ChatGPT to depict the convergence of AI, video games, and the law, and this is what it came up with. So maybe come back to that later when we think about some of the legal issues that relate to AI. I did ask it to have, that was genuinely, genuinely the first effort that it came up with. I did ask it to have another go. It came up with a couple of more vibrant options. Still lawyer traditional briefcase making an appearance. But yeah, just a bit of fun, really. So where are we in terms of the general global AI regulation? Different approaches have been taken by different jurisdictions across the globe. So in the UK, supposedly we have a pro-innovation approach to AI regulation. That has proved a bit more tricky than I think the government was anticipating. They tried to introduce a voluntary code of conduct between the creative industries and the AI providers, but that was scrapped, as was an exception to the text and data mining exception in copyright. They tried to extend that to essentially make it easier for AI providers' models to scrape certain data, but they've not been able to come up with that. There was just too much tension between the different parties involved. The EU has taken a more interventionist approach. So they have recently announced the new EU AI Act, and that was the first piece of global legislation or legislation across the globe in connection with the regulation of AI. So the pros and cons in terms of the different approaches with the EU, as I said, it's more rigid, more interventionist. With the UK and indeed the US approach, they're seeking to try and adopt more of a wait-and-see approach to try not to stifle innovation. The one thing I'd say about the EU approach is that we've seen with GDPR, for example, when the EU took the lead, that can now almost become the gold standard across the globe. So it'll be interesting to see in connection with AI, EU taking a more proactive approach. Will the other jurisdictions ultimately have to follow suit? So we will see. Some really interesting case law across the globe. You're probably aware of a couple of these cases or read about them. So just after Christmas, I think it was on the 27th of December, New York Times sued OpenAI and Microsoft in connection with the training and the output of ChatGPT. Essentially, New York Times arguing that the model has been trained on New York Times material. Really interesting things come up there in terms of the inputs into the model and the outputs. So is it copyright infringement in terms of what's going in and in terms of what's coming out? And similar themes in another major case that's underway, Getty Images against Stability AI in connection with the Stability Diffusion model. Getty Images alleging that the model has been trained on millions and millions of Getty Images photos that have gone into the model and are coming out in connection with certain prompts, producing artwork and images that are, from Getty's perspective, very similar to what's gone in. These cases are thought to have, they're going to have a major impact on licensing and what can and can't be done in connection with these models, and that will undoubtedly impact on the game sector. In terms of the other legal issues associated with AI, IP and copyright, one of the obvious ones, but there are a number of other things. So it's well publicised that AI can produce biased and discriminatory outputs, and there are data privacy considerations and also user-generated content considerations. So within a game, it's obviously becoming more and more common for the users to generate content, and developers and also those providing service through an API link are going to have to think about whether they put in place any guardrails in terms of the content that can be created by the users, because if they bring in assets or images or materials from a copyright source and that becomes part of the game, there is obviously then a risk to the developer and indeed the publisher in terms of what the output ultimately is. And copyright, it's important to remember with copyright, there are a number of different offences. The main one's obviously copying something that's where rights exist, but there's also issuing and communicating the works to the public. So that's where a publisher would come into things. These are called strict liability offences. So essentially, the knowledge or intention of the user is irrelevant. If you copy something that's got copyright protection, you're liable. The knowledge and intention is irrelevant. I've talked about inputs and outputs. What goes into the model will dictate the risk profile in terms of what comes out. And although the case law is currently focusing on the big AI providers, depending on the outcome of those cases, that could have an impact for those down the chain in terms of developers and indeed end users. So what can you do to manage your risk? A number of things. Staff training certainly makes absolute sense. Having a workplace AI policy, setting so that your staff and contractors understand the risks associated with IP, discrimination, data privacy, hallucinations, all the things you've probably heard about. And undertaking your homework on your partners. You know, what are your contractors? Have you got third-party consultants? Have you got people providing artwork or music? Have you done your homework on them? Do you have an adequate contract in place so that they're confirming that they're either not using a generative AI model to produce the work, or if they are, that's been disclosed and you can understand that, you know, where that data is coming from, and then, you know, understand the general risk profile from there. And why is that important? Well, no matter where you are in taking your game forward, you're going to be looking at potentially some investment, distributing your game in some shape or form, discussions with the publisher, and ultimately potentially exiting. And with all of these commercial agreements, you can be quite clear that they're going to contain warranties and indemnities, as they already would in terms of intellectual property, but they're now going to be more focused on AI and the risks associated with that. And we saw it with Steam last year. You'll be aware that their initial reaction to the Gen AI was, well, if a game has that in it, then it's not going to go onto the platform. They have, in January this year, backed away from that approach a little, but they do require, if you're putting a game up on Steam, that you essentially promise that there's nothing illegal or harmful in there. So essentially, you know, amounts to an indemnity from that you're providing to them. If it all went wrong, then they would have the ability to go after you if they found that they were liable for the content that is in there. So I think their approach now is to try and be more commercial, allow the games to be up there. But all those things we were talking about before in terms of risk management, that's why it's so important, because when you get to the next stage and you're contracting with either a platform like Steam, or you're discussing with a publisher who will be looking for you to confirm X, Y, and Z, as will any investor, then it's just very important if you've put those steps in place, then you're really mitigating your risk. And when it comes to an exit, any share sale agreement will be full of these horrible warranties. So the clearer you can be about having done your homework and have the systems and policies in place earlier in the process, the less likely you're going to run into an issue at that stage. Just to finish off, I again asked ChatGPT. I'm conscious that I'm a lawyer, stopping you from getting your food as the last speaker before the break for food. So I thought I'd just ask it to depict a group of video games experts looking forward to some refreshments after an exhilarating legal talk on AI. And this is what I came up with. So, not sure if that represents the room, but again, I just went with what was produced. But thinking back to that initial slide I had up, you'll recall, I'll flick back to it. You know, you look at that, it's all men, and my time's up. Almost looks like Chewbacca's in there as well, which would probably cause me a problem from a copyright perspective. But, you know, it shows the bias that's potentially inherent in that. That was that's what ChatGPT came up with initially. So, yeah, just a bit of fun, but hopefully that's given you an overview of a very complex topic in a short space of time. So, thank you.
Big thank you to Kirk. So we are going into our second break of the evening. I have heard rumours of food being served in 5-10 minutes. 5 minutes, excellent. So before we get underway with that, I just want to give another big shout out to our sponsors of this event, including Blazing Griffin, Solero Advisory, and Leveling Up, who once again, without their continued support, none of this would have been able to go ahead. So a big shout out and a big thank you to them. And another shout out to our wonderful charity raffle for Save the Children. All of our proceeds will be going going to the children of Gaza, and it's donated to a great cause. Plus, there's a chance you can win some prizes, a Switch bundle and a PS5 bundle. Who wouldn't want that? So please make sure you enter if you can, and we'll be right up with you after the break. We're going to hear from Tanya Kapoor, Ross Griffith, and Luke Knuckles. So we'll see you in about 10-15 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks, Ollie. Hi, everyone. I'm Rich Dunn, the head of studio at CodeSync. Been in the industry 15 plus years at Double 11 and Utechnics a long, long time ago. I want to talk a little bit about CodeSync's values towards iterative improvement and the issues you can have on longer product life cycles and how we can keep trying to improve. It's great to be presenting to a room full of people in the industry. But with that in mind, viewer discretion advised, there will be a reference to Jira. A little bit about CodeSync, based in the Northern Design Center over in Gateshead. And we've been making games since 2009, mostly in the VR space, but we have some traditional games too. Some of the games include, most recently, Jurassic World Aftermath. That was fun. I was the producer on that. Games like Shadowpoint, Esper the Collection. We also do publishing. So we're currently publishing a game called Replaced. You might have heard of it. It was a big thing at E3 a while ago. Very lovely pixel art game. And recently, the last Hero of Nostalgia. But the thing we're working on right now, that's coming out very soon, is called Astronomo, and we're super excited about it. So yeah, early access later this year. But that's not what we're here to talk about. What we're here to talk about is how, as CodeSync, we can iteratively improve and innovate. So at CodeSync, like many other places, I'm sure, we have a huge importance on iteratively improving, not just our games, but our skill set, our staff, and the talent that we have. We're acutely aware at CodeSync, and definitely myself included, that we are never the final polished product of ourselves. There's always a long way to go, but we can get a little bit better every day. Oh dear, that skipped a few. Oh no, it's all gone wrong. Why did it go wrong for me? Cool. So you get some issues with projects. When you're working on dead-long projects, it's tough to innovate and iterate and generally get better. Appetite for risk and innovation, that drops across the duration of a project, as made by this totally legit graph that I didn't just make, but highlights the point that early on in pre-production, the world's your oyster, you're going to do it all, and then reality hits somewhere in the middle where you're learning that actually you can't do all of that shit, or you can't do as much. And similarly, your appetite for risk will slightly decrease, particularly as certainty sets in, and then toward the end you don't really do. So you're slowing down with vast improvements. Some out of necessity, but not as much as you could be doing. Similarly, longer project can limit areas for personal development. If you're an artist or an animator or a programmer or anyone working on a project, you'll often find that you're dealing with the problems with that particular project at any given time for the duration. So if it's in a really nice stylized art style, it's doing nothing for your PBR. So this is a problem. And often projects can ring fence key team members, so that they're going to be stuck on the project until the end, so they don't get to see all the dev cycle. So with that in mind, CodeSync have introduced self-development days. Hooray, this isn't anything to take away. This is just a bit more of a case study without an ending. What is that, you say? Oh my God, it's 2 days each month where staff get to work on what they want. They can self-organize and they get stuff done. This is the team member level, the project level, and an IP generation level, which I'm very happy to go through. I'm racing through this one. Here we have oh God, that's one of our skills matrices. I'm sure some companies have this, and some companies look at that and think, oh God, but it happens to us all. When we get big enough, we need to start doing stuff like this, and this outlines how you can progress within your role at the studio. We got junior, intermediate, senior. don't worry about the details. That's not important. But what is important is that the self-dev days give people time back in order to progress across this. So you might be stuck on a project where you're using a particular art style and you want to learn more about a PBR workflow. Well, you know, you can create that space and you can hone your skills, because the more talented you are, the more talented we are. And we're trying to raise everything together. It's tough at the end of a day to have the motivation to do anything but sleep and maybe get a takeaway. So we're creating the time and the space for people to be able to use that. The project level. So it allows you to step back for just a minute and take a look throughout the entire cycle about what you're doing, how well you're doing it, what else we could be bringing, what opportunities are there that we're not exploiting, what new tech has come out that could solve some of the problems we've got. And sometimes it's just as simple as, can we make the templates for the documentation look nicer? So having those 2 days allows us to actually gain some time back. While you do these 2 days a month on developing your project, you actually see some of that time back through some of the gains that you can get by making those projects more efficient and finding different ways to iterate and improve. And then we got IP generation. So the staff not only can start doing what they want to do, you know, to improve their skill set, they can also just get together and make fun shit. Like, that's the most important thing about game dev, really. So, and it's not mutually exclusive. You can learn new things and build some cool things, all in the hope that we're finding just the next fun thing from Courtsync. I mentioned earlier, you can get people who will get ring fence onto projects right until the very end. They don't see this phase of game development. You don't get their fun ideas up early and see what they can build. But this way, we can. So what we're doing right now with Courtsync is anybody who wants to organize themselves into a team can start building prototypes of the game idea that they've got. They can start building pitch decks for the things that they love. They're all going to get pitched to the whole company, and we're all going to vote on the one that we love the damn most. And that might just be the next big thing. So hopefully it keeps people excited and engaged, and we're making some cool shit. This isn't from Self-Dev Day. This was Astronomo when that first started, and that had a really slow burn, and that's the kind of incubation that we really want to maintain for anything else. And hopefully they can start to turn out like, you know, a game that looks like this, and people like more germination, stronger results. Hopefully it's the next big thing. That's it. Thanks. Oh, no, no thanks. Right, so this talk is called Play to the Audience, Games That Sell and How to Pitch Them. And that's my name. If you have a stupid name like this, you get used to being called lots of different things. For example, Paul Kiddoff, Paul killed off, just killed us, Paul killed off Taylot, and my absolute personal favorite, Paul Kildruff Johnson. So my first point is, if you are making a game, don't call it some fucking stupid, elaborate thing. Please keep it concise. You would be really surprised by how many people are still making this mistake even now. Otherwise, you end up in Golf Magazine Presents 36 Great Holes starring Fred Couples territory. No one wants to be there. Couple of quick things about me before we get properly started. As was kindly mentioned, I've been an indie developer since about 2005, probably best known for this thing, and most recently doing indie publishing things with the fantastic Ground Shatter. This is Fights in Tight Spaces. And then consulting and advisory things, probably most relevant for the purposes of this talk is the work I've done with UK Games Fund. So I see a lot of pitches. I think there are some UK Games Fund alums and various people, so hello. Yes, this talk is called Play to the Audience. It's about video games. This is a video game. It is a real video game. I think it's real. We tend to think about games a bit in isolation when we're developing them, and sometimes from a publisher perspective as well. But games have to connect with an audience. That's an audience. You're an audience. You all have individual feelings and beliefs and things, unfortunately. And the games that we make and fund and publish have to actually connect with people. Some quick caveats. This isn't going to be a how to do a pitch deck thing. There's loads of resources on that. You don't need me to tell you about it, and I'm sure you're all very experienced. Also, I'm wrong a lot, so if I say things that are wrong, that's fine. Feel free to disagree with me. I like talking about this stuff. You can talk to me later. And I won't be doing technical budgeting things. This is about stuff you need to convey in a pitch, so it's stuff to bear in mind. All right. They're coming for me. Here are the important parts of a pitch for me. So the catch and hold. This is a reframe of a thing you'll hear every publisher in the world talking about, which is attention and retention. So catch, think about what is going to catch the audience's attention, what is going to perhaps interrupt them from what they're doing, what's going to make them say, what the hell is that? I have to play it. I have to find out about it. A lot of games that are pitched are boring. They don't have any striking elements to them. And it would be better if people thought more about how to directly interrupt and gain attention. And then hold is kind of the long-term version of that. How do you create persistent attention? How do you create a long-term relationship with the game? Micro macro is a kind of slight perversion of a design term. It's kind of the gameplay equivalent of that. So micro would be the moment-to-moment gameplay, maybe how the game feels in an action game, or what are the decisions you're making in a turn-based game. And then macro is the progression. What is the player doing? What is their goal? Where are they going? How does it develop over time? So you need to convey those. I'm not going to be talking about the other two much because this is a very short talk, but validation and value, that's just about how are you going to prove out your assumptions. You need to be demonstrating that in your pitching. And then dev risk is a kind of publisher calculation that will need to be made around, can your team actually deliver on it? So you need to be addressing that too. We're going to focus on the first two today. So these are the components of the catch. The premise of a game is something that used to be kind of considered to be more important. We used to talk about things like core fantasy, but I think it still matters a lot. I've used the example of Untitled Goose Game here, and the premise of that game is that you are an unruly goose. That's a valid premise. There are all sorts of things that are valid. That's an interesting thing that I want to find out more about being an unruly goose. So think about roles and what the player is going to be doing. What are they going to be embodying? Then you have the genre of the game. And genre is just a familiarity heuristic. It's just a set of conditions that people use to decide, am I already familiar with this? Do I know where this is going? Is this something I already like? And then finally, there's the aesthetic, which is a whole world of talks in itself. But from the perspective of trying to attract attention, it's just something that conveys polish and detail in the game. It doesn't have to be realistic or super elaborate, but it needs to convey that attention that you've lavished on your game. That's one of the main things it's actually communicating early on.
I really like this idea of familiarity and novelty that's in this book, Hitmakers by Derek Thompson. He did some investigation into pop music, and he found that a lot of the breakout pop hits contained really specific, familiar components, like a familiar rhythmic structure or familiar song structure. And then they had one weird element that was added to that. So maybe like a weird vocal sound or some weird instrumentation or something like that. So if you can show that your game has familiarity and novelty in your pitch, then that's great. Just a couple of examples of games that do that really well. These are ones we all know. Dead Cells, adding stuff to Metroidvania, really easy to take familiar cues from it, but it has this very unique art style. It has amazing progression and amazing depth. Here's a game that I think also does this really well. Yes, Your Grace. You can just see from immediately looking at a screenshot that it's got this very detailed, lavish pixel art sort of narrative world, but it's also got this management world sort of underpinning it. And that's conveyed almost instantly. You can tell everything you need to know about that from just looking at this. Genre. When you are in a genre, it's important to actually look at the games in that genre. And this is a strange thing that's come up in pitches for me a lot, where a company is sort of punting on a genre because it's popular. They're not living in it. So if you're not familiar with those games, you should be going on Steam and reading the extremely cursed Steam reviews that people leave. You should be at least watching streams, looking at how content creators are responding to those games and just delving in. You don't have to copy things, you don't have to take mechanics, but you have to have an awareness of these things because your audience does. Your audience is going to be coming out of the gate, comparing as hard as they possibly can. The first thing humans do when they see something is they compare it to something else. So if you're not already doing that and you're not ahead of that, then you might get some of those negative reviews we all love. Aesthetics, going to cover this really quickly. Obviously, the sort of holy grail of aesthetics is something that stands out or hasn't really been seen before in games, that is extremely vibrant. Like I've got Cuphead here as an example of that. But games that look like this can also do really well. This is Caves of Cud, and its aesthetic is functional. It conveys the depth of the game. So going for either something that can be aesthetic first or something that's really living in its depth can both be really valid choices. So just quickly now moving on from catching attention to holding it. I don't know how many people here have seen the Factorio trailer, Factorio's first kind of release trailer that's on Steam. It's probably the best indie game trailer ever. It starts with this little vehicle going around and some sort of jaunty music, and then very quickly that evolves into this absurd, enormous system that the players built, and eventually a rocket launches from the middle. So this is communicating early on that I'm starting with this certain type of gameplay, but I'm able to build systems and express myself. And that's what a huge amount of that audience, particularly on PC, want to do. They want to create their own systems. They want to put in a lot of detail and express themselves personally. And systems don't always have to be kind of extrinsic. They can be on the character. This is the skill tree from Path of Exile. It's a hyper elaborate version of skill trees from other games. It's one of the things they innovated on at the time, was just pushing this out as big as possible. And this allows for player creativity on the character. And that's something that we don't think about enough. When we talk about systems and building systems in games, we often think about simulations or survival games or things like that. But you can do it sort of internally. So back to that micro-macro idea I was talking about earlier, how you do that within the game. This is fights in tight spaces again. And one of the issues we had with this early on in development was that turns weren't quite interesting enough. And the reason behind that was that movement was sort of too free. So you could do a move and then move out of the way of all the enemies and then move back in and do another move. And James Parker, who's the game director and lead designer on this game, did some brilliant detailed work around getting movement into the cards and taking it away from being kind of completely freeform to make that sort of cognitive load of an individual turn much more interesting and much more challenging. You had much more kind of risk reward there. And then similarly, the macro progression of the game, how builds work, how it evolves over time. That was something where we took a lot of cues from other things in the genre. So we worked on both of those things throughout dev, and it ended up kind of working very well. So massive credit to Groundshatter on that. Right, that's basically it from me. Thank you very much for listening. I'm around later if you'd like to chat about any of this stuff. Enjoy your evening.
man. Hi, I'm Phoebe. Nice to meet you. Bit of backstory about me. I've been in the industry for just under 3 years now. I actually didn't come from a traditional games background. I studied film and media at university and kind of realized partway through my degree that I was taking any opportunity I could to make my assignments about video games. And I had that realization of, maybe this transcends a hobby for me and I could see this as being something I do for a living. I'd love to help make games happen. But I didn't really know what kind of role I would be suited to or what roles were out there. So I decided that after I finished my degree, I would try and find a job within the games industry. So after a year of unsuccessful job hunting, because it's never that easy, is it? I found a job as a QA, and I was just so ecstatic to be there. I was so happy to be included in the industry and to have finally made it. And then about just over a year ago, I was asked if I would like to do some design work for a game I was testing. And I was like, sure, yeah, I'd love to try. And I did a dry run and that went well. And then I got offered a position. And I'm just so grateful and so happy and just beyond incomprehensible that people would have that faith and that belief in me. And yeah, I love it. I'd said I'm worried. I'm really worried that I am not learning fast enough, that there's too many gaps in my knowledge, that I am not doing good enough, and that I will eventually, inevitably, let down those people that put their faith in me. And I thought that maybe this imposter syndrome would get better over time and I would not be so worried. But actually what happened was I just had ammunition to feed it. And it would be like, do you remember that thing you did 6 months ago? Useless, the worst thing. And it's like the backseat driver from hell. So yeah, I was having a conversation with some colleagues. And yeah, I just overthink. I've always been an overthinker, and I'm hoping this is relatable. And I'm really sorry if it is, because wouldn't it be nice, just for once, to roll over and go to sleep at night and not have to overthink every possibly inconceivably wrong thing you did in a day, right? So I was having a conversation with some colleagues about my overthinking and my worry. And one of them turns to me and says, "Have you tried exercise?" 1, rude. Clearly, I'm the peak of physical fitness. I'm the one on the left. And 2, I hate exercise. I'm not good at it. I'm not good at it. I'm a hazard to myself and others. I have the A&E history to prove it. But they were pretty insistent that it helps their brain and like it's good for them and to stop this unhelpful thinking. And I was like, okay. So I rejoined the gym. And I don't know about you guys, but I have a very tumultuous history with the gym where I've stopped and started many times over the years, starting from when I was about 12 and could choose it as an elective during Friday's PE session. And I would always choose it because, fun fact about the gym, you can't be chosen last for a team of 1. In theory. So I'm back at the gym after having this conversation with my colleague, and I am reminded exactly why I cancelled all those times. It's loud, it's crowded, it's got weird lighting, and people are hissing. Why are people hissing? What about heavy objects turns you into a snake? I really need to know. And I'm not only overthinking, but I'm now not only just overthinking about how I'm not good enough, but how my body is not good enough, and how the person on the treadmill next to me keeps staring over at me, worried I'm going to keel over with the amount I'm wheezing. So I'm thinking I'm never going to go back. This is awful. That is until I get to this machine. This is the Concept 2 rowing ergometer, or ROERG. I hardly know erg. It weighs in at just under 60 pounds. It has 10 different resistance settings. And if you take it out onto the water, it glides gracefully. To the bottom, doesn't float, don't try it. Yeah, so it's at this point I'm going to ask for some audience participation. So if the guys could just bring in the rowing machine, that'd be great. I'll ask someone. I don't have a rowing machine, but I wouldn't mind a show of hands if you've ever used one of these machines or anything like it. Cool, great. Now keep your hand up if you've ever played the fish game on one of these machines. Okay, cool. Okay, so for those who don't know, this is the fish game. You play as this fish. Your goal is to eat the small fish and the striped fish to get points and to avoid being eaten by the big fish with teeth, or you'll lose points. You row to go up, you stop rowing to go down, and you have 4 minutes to get the best score you can. And I am at this workout from hell, and I'm playing this fish game, and I'm no longer thinking I am not good enough. I'm thinking about how in all the times I have stopped and started going to the gym, I've always managed to pick up the fish game. And I've gone to a lot of different gyms, like across the country, like even in England as well. And this has always been there, but I never see anyone else play it, and I've never heard anyone talk about it. So I started to wonder, like, if anyone knew any more about it. So I did what anyone would do. I took to the internet. And I actually couldn't find all that much about it online. Through scouring through some old manuals for these machines, I discovered that the fish game was introduced in the PM3 model, which was released in 2003, which actually makes the fish game 20 years old this year. Amazing. Happy 20th anniversary, fish game. Woo! Yeah. What fortuitous timing on my part. It's almost like I planned it. I really did not. But yeah, I couldn't find much more about it, and I was still really curious. So I took the next step, and I contacted customer services. Yes, I really did this. Because I wanted to know who developed it. Was it in-house? Was it external? Like, could they tell me anything else about it? And I didn't expect a reply, but I did get one by the lovely Nathan. And Nathan told me that the fish game was developed in-house by one of their engineers called John Williams, who has retired a couple years back. This is the photo they posted on his retirement. Isn't he dapper? What a guy! But yeah, as for more details, the links that Nathan sent were just things I'd already found. But I was curious about that high score, because I'm not competitive in the slightest, but I must beat it. And I also really wanted to know if Nathan knew if John had ever created any other games. And Nathan told me that, to their knowledge, John never created any other games. And also his score is 3,240. That's a bit of a comparison. That's my high score, so practically there. I'm like this close. But yeah, I did try and see if I could hunt down John Williams online, see if he had any kind of social media presence. But with a name like John Williams, I didn't have much luck. So I didn't really want to bother Nathan with it, especially since John's retired. So let's just all hope that he's just gone fishing. So what's the point? Why should you care about the fish game? Well, maybe you don't have to care about the fish game, and maybe I was just given 10 minutes and a captive audience and allowed to speak about whatever I wanted. Suckers! No, I do have a point. The point is, the fish game's flawed. For one thing, half the people, or more than half the people who've ever used those machines, didn't even know of its existence. The other thing is, it doesn't take into account the 10 different resistance settings, so someone could be breaking their back, sweating, pushing all their willpower into it, and the person next to them is just rowing merrily along, getting the same score. And I don't care. I still love the fish game. I would defend it to anyone. And that gives me hope. It gives me hope that people will not care so much about the imperfections in my work, will not care that I'm learning by doing, just as John did. So what I would like to ask all of you is to go out there, is to one, be kinder to yourselves, please, and two, go out there and find your fish game. Go find that game or film or piece of media that inspires you, maybe isn't the most genre redefining piece of work, isn't well renowned, but lives in the recesses of your brain as something that you hold with a fondness that impacted you in some way. So go out there, go make, go do, go learn, go play, and most importantly, go fish. Thank you for listening.
Okay, hi.
Hello. Should I do this first, Colin? Hi, everybody. I'm Garnet Lee, and I'm guilty of what Paul said. I have given that talk about how to write a pitch. And this is exactly the response to that, because having given that pitch, that talk a few times, I thought, well, you know, everyone out here is creatives. You know how to make creative content. You don't need me putting a box around that. I think what you really want to know is, how does a scout at a publisher, which is all I am, it's not a universal answer, look at a pitch? And I started here saying, like, my God, it's full of stars. Anyone 2001 fans? So there's that moment when Bowman is like, wow. And this is what it's like for me every day, looking into the inbox, looking on Twitter, looking on Screenshot Wednesdays, because what you do inspires me. I love what I do. It is one of the greatest jobs I've ever had in my life. It's so rewarding to see all of the things you do. And what I want to help you with here is, there are so many stars in that space. I want you to be able to figure out the way to make them shine to me. What this isn't. This is not an assembly instruction, and it's because you don't need an assembly instruction, but also I want to talk to you about not making assembly instructions in your pitches, because as design teams, you're thinking all the time about what's going to go into my game. How many pieces are going to be here? And it's very easy to start falling into that game design doc and falling prey to, well, I want to show this scout that I know what I'm doing. I want to show them all the pieces. But we know from having built games before that what you're showing me today is not going to be there in 6 months or 18 months or 24 months. Things will change dramatically. So what I'm looking for is that proverbial forest more than the trees. So now imagine Bowman's gone into the obelisk and it's an empty room. You know, you might put that right there, like for placement only, but that's really what's happening in my head. The moment I open your pitch is the first time I see anything. So my headspace is open. It's empty. It's a palette. I don't want you to show me how to build all the pieces of the IKEA room you're about to build me. I want you to show me the IKEA room, right? I want you to put me there on the couch. I've come home from work. I have a beer. Turn on the PS5, I want to play a game, all of those things. Help me build the mental image of what your game will be. And how do you do that? I think that that's an open question. In some cases, it might be key art. In another case, it might be just some concept art or a happy GIF or a moment in time or a snapshot. I would say what it isn't is a lot of words. In the pitch stage, what I really need to get at this early part is I'm getting drawn in, almost like the process for me is almost like what Paul was talking about. I need to get pulled in, and then I need to get retained. And as you'll see here in a minute, this is not going to be just all touchy-feely stuff, but the touchy-feely stuff at the beginning is building the buy-in for me to go further into it, right? Get me into your headspace, because I'm not going to know when we get into the nuts and bolts or the lamps and the couches why they matter unless you get me there. Now, there's one step in between, and that is then getting me a real emotional moment. So look at this picture. Like, even if you don't know anything about the movie, you're like, well, what's going on here? Like, look at the way he's looking at that dragon. Look at that dragon. Are we going to ride the dragon? I don't know. Where are we going to go? What adventures will we have? If you can land that, it gets me hungry. Then I want to see more, right? And here's where we're going to try to move over a little bit to talking about why it's important for a pitch. Because the other thing it shows me is that your team has an idea for where that real emotional hook is. What's my player really going to feel? What's going to get them? I mean, is it going to be, are they Atreyu? Are they Falcor? Is it some combination of the two? But it means that you're thinking in that space of, this is what's really going to land my player. So now you built the room. You've got me with the dragon. So, of course, now we have to go Princess Bride. I mean, if you do Neverending Story, you have to go Princess Bride, right? But think about what's happening here. Like, Kevin is completely paying attention, and it's really important. So now you have me, and you can lay out those important signposts in your game. But remember, I was saying to be careful about not falling into the trap of being too specific. Princess Bride is a very interesting narrative journey, because the way the story is told allows the fiction part to be all about the moment, all about the emotional experiences. And we come back to the storyteller in order to advance the story across the ultimate plot arc. That's what I would like you to do in your pitches. Be the storyteller and allow space for us when we come back to talk about this, because you've won the pitch, to fill in those blanks, because we'll fill in those blanks together. I mean, when we do our due diligence, we will talk about all of the specifics of how to make the game and what's going to go into it. But what I really want to know is, this could be, for example, one thing that's been very effective right now is showing me what's your daily loop, what's your weekly loop, and what's your monthly loop. Like, those are the mileposts, right? I don't need to know all the individual pieces, but having those beats in there really helps me understand how we're going to build a story that's going to keep using our great moment to build our giant room. So now we have to get down to some really important pieces, and these are the parts that I see sometimes. So if up front, the part that you're all really comfortable in, talking about all the design elements and all the pieces, you've given me lots and lots of detail. When we get to the parts that I need more detail, sometimes I don't find them. So one would be introduce your cast. And what's important here is I went through a couple of ideas for slides. I thought first about sports team, because the most important thing is to tell me the positional roles that you have filled. Because if I'm doing my job right, I'm already thinking about what does a production team look like that can accomplish building this game. Do they need a full-time environmental artist? Do they need a full-time 2D pixel artist? And then I'm going to go and start looking at this and determining, have they planned out the right player personnel that they need to make this game? Do they understand what it's going to take to get there? Give me their roles and give me their strengths. I would caution you against going too much into making it a CV, because if you have someone who is very effective at, it comes out of school as a great VFX artist, but you put that they've just graduated school, I might be a little nervous about them just having graduated school. But if you show me or tell me about their great skills as a VFX artist, then I'm going to move right on from that. Because what's really important to me isn't whether they've worked on 2 or 3 games individually. It's together. Has your team been together, able to ship games, able to put together the pieces, and do you have the right pieces? So keep it very relevant and on point here. And then finally, the part that you really don't want to do, but you have to do it, charts and graphs. And so we call it charts and graphs. So what kind of charts and graphs do I want? So one of the things that I see in many pitches is we're going to be on Xbox, PlayStation, Switch. We're going to be $24.99 releasing in April of 2025. How the heck do you know that? It takes us weeks to figure that out with a brand team and a release team and figuring out launch windows and looking at production plans. We have no idea what your price point's going to be, what your platforms are going to be, and all of those elements. So make your production plan about numbered months. Here is how many months from the time that you sign me till we'll be finished. Likewise, in talking about your production plan for people, talk to me about what personnel you need in each phase. I don't need a actual, burn down chart of everything that's going to happen, but I need something more hefty than, well, we're going to play, we're going to work 24 months until we go to gold. That's not quite enough. I need to see phases. I need to, for instance, understand, where do you think you're going to be at alpha? When are you going to be in full production? When do you need more art resources? And when do we need to start thinking about hardening the build so that we can get ready for an eventual launch? So stick to the things that are in your control. The other things that I would say, at least for Raw Fury, we don't need is, don't worry about marketing budget. That's our business. Don't worry about localization, also a publisher role. Don't worry about QA, also a publisher role. We're going to provide all those things. What we need to understand is, hey, developer, for X amount of dollars, you can build this game. We bring that money in over that amount of time. Can we launch this game successfully together and make money? And so that's what I think you want to reach. Thanks very much. If you enjoyed it, there is all of this information on Raw Fury's website. As Paul, I think, said we're one of the places that has a bunch of stuff. We've got a sample budget. We've got a sample pitch deck. That's me on Twitter and on Discord. And please feel free to grab me for questions.
All right, folks, we're just about to get underway for our next block of talks. And we shout out to the folks in the bar area as well to come through for our next block. All right, we can probably get underway quite soon. So welcome everybody back to block 3 of Edinburgh Night 1 of Game Talks Live. This is way fuller than I remember. Wow. I think a lot of you have came in the last hour, so if I haven't seen you already, massive thank you for coming and welcome to Games Talks Live Edinburgh. So we won't waste any more time. We're going to go straight into our next talk. Our next speaker is a head of publishing at Playtonic. Please everybody give a massively warm welcome to Ross Griffith.
Let's make sure that's right there. Hello folks, how are you? Woo, thank you, appreciate that. So yeah, I'm Ross, I'm head of publishing at Playtonic Games. Is this the yoke? Yes. We are not off to a great start. There we go. So just a brief thing about Playtonic Friends. What we do, we're a publishing label that's been started by Playtonic Games. So in terms of what we do, it's pretty much the whole gamut. There's not a lot we don't do. We do funding, marketing, PR, community, QA, porting, LQA. There'll be a short list of the things we don't do. So if you want to speak about publishing, you look for advice, give me a shout, happy to chat. So what I'm talking about today is one of the most frequent questions that we get from developers when they're pitching their games to us, and that is, should I make a Steam page? And it should not, maybe should be, when should I make a Steam page instead of should I? So the answer is, maybe. It depends. There's that one. And there's a couple of things that I'll get into before explaining on that. First one is disclaimer. I am not an authority. This is my opinion, my experience. When speaking to folks, you know, there's other folks that might disagree with me altogether. That's absolutely fine, but this is what I would say. So the first thing is, well, what does it depend on? So the first thing is, what do you want from your Steam page? And the most frequent answer from that is, well, I want a publisher. I'm like, okay, so what do publishers look at when they're looking at your game Steam page? The next thing then is, can you make it? So it's all well and good that you want to make a Steam page and make the best moves for your game, but can you do it? And will you maintain it? And this is one of the most crucial things for your game, because what you don't want is to make a Steam page and then for it to be done. People think it's a dead game. So first thing is, what do you want? A publisher, there it is. So the things that publishers look at in your Steam page is, you know, how it's getting with wish lists, how the Steam community and followers, how they're engaging, exposure and traffic, is it resonating, and of course public reaction to your game and the store page. So there's a number of things we look at there. So wish lists and traffic and Steam community data, that can all be seen within things like SteamDB, within the Steam community process on Steam itself, and you can gauge public reaction by social media and things like that. The next thing then is, one of the more crucial things is, can you make it? So one of the first things you'll need for your game when you have a Steam page is your key art and logo, right? So you need a nice piece of imagery that shows people, this is my game, this is what it looks like. You need a wonderful, legible logo. So when you have that, that's fantastic. A lot of the times you'll find that what makes a cool piece of art for your game isn't necessarily the best piece to merchandise or to market your game. And that's a very, very difficult balance to strike. And that comes into play more so with the capsules you'll find. So whether this is Steam, PlayStation, Xbox, the Nintendo eShop, you need to think about how your players will first see your game. So this is one of the things we have for Little Gator. This is the main key art game that you'll see on the Steam page. So you'll see there, there's lovely, vibrant characters in the foreground, the little Gator's front and center. He's having fun, he's got a little stick in his hand. The logo is legible, it can be seen, it's prominent, there's things happening in the background. It's a lovely, lovely scene. And having that portrayed in a key art, it's a very, very difficult balance to strike. More so on the small capsule art. So the small capsule art has to do everything the big art does, but smaller. And it's important here because this is likely the very first time that people will come across your game on Steam. So on the Steam algorithms, if you have a similar game to Little Gator or whatever your genre is, if your game comes up in the Steam algorithm, that image is the first image that you see, and it's a very, very small image. So you've got to convey all that in a tiny image. Now, once the player hovers their mouse cursor over that image, Steam then begin to play screenshots that you have on your Steam page. So it's very important to order your screenshots that tell a little narrative. So for example, if you've got a crafting life sim game, the first screenshot you might want to be a little plot of land, small, you're starting out. The next screenshot is speaking with an NPC. The screenshot after that is you're crafting something. The fourth screenshot is a massive expanse of land to show the player's experience. You want to show a narrative that entices the people to click on the store page. So then when they click on the store page, they'll see the big key art, and the next thing they'll see is the store text. So the store text you've got almost endless real estate to describe your game, the key features, what's wonderful about it. Where you're limited is on the very first batch of text that's under the main art, which is the short description. So you have a character limit on this. So this is what we have for Little Gator. Embark on an adorable adventure, discover new friends, uncover everything the island has to offer. Climb, swim, glide, and slide your way into the hearts of many different characters you meet on your travels. So from that short description, there's whimsical, lovely characters, it's wholesome, there's lots of things to get up to. It's a wonderful adventure for all. Now, it's very important to keep your character limit in mind because not as much with English, but also when you translate into different languages, you have the same, you have the same character limit, and there are certain languages that really elongate the syllables for the words. And speaking of languages, that's the next thing you want to consider for your Steam page, and that's the languages your game is going to support. Now, a lot of developers will mainly put, if they're based in the UK or North America, they'll have English because they don't want to overcommit, and that's absolutely fine. But what you need to be mindful of is if you're launching your Steam page for wish lists, for traffic, if you have one language selected, say it's English, your game will only appear in the algorithm where regions that have that language as its mother tongue. So for example, if you only have English, your game will only appear in the algorithm in English-speaking regions, North America, UK, Australia, etc. So by having other languages, it's a bit of a commitment, but you're opening yourself up to be more discoverable globally. And then will you maintain it? So there's a number of things to look at when you're maintaining your game. So updates to the capsules. So if you have a new piece of art, make sure that's reflected because that's you promoting your game. You want to make sure you've gotten the most up-to-date assets. Change to the game features. So if your game goes from a single-player experience to multiplayer, you want to make sure that happens. If it's free to play, make sure people know about that. If you're launching betas, making sure that you're utilizing the tools that Steam gives you, make sure people know about it, especially the people on Steam. Community posts. many times we'll speak to developers and they'll have times where they're cultivating a community, but they're focusing on Discord, and it's fantastic that you've got a dedicated community wherever it may be. What you don't want to do is to alienate the folks on Steam. These are the folks that are the closest to pressing the buy now button, so make sure you're keeping them sweet. Links, so wherever you're posting your game, whether it's social media, Twitter, whatever, make sure that you have a link for people. Make the journey as easy as possible for people to buy it, wishlist it, play the demo. Make it easy. As people are lazy, make it easy for them. And like I said, demos, one of the things we do with one of our games, LC, we just had the Endless Replayability Fest. So we put up the demo, festival's over, and we take it down again. So we're enabling that element of there's a time limit here, you want to experience this, and then with future events, you can reuse that same asset. Things like Steam Next Fest, etc., which is another talk that I'll speak about another time. So, with all these questions, if your answers are looking like this, you want wish lists, exposure, can you make it? Yes, you can do all the elements, the languages, the assets. Will you maintain it? If you're going to do all those things, posting to the community, making sure people feel included. What you don't want is people, liking the look of your Steam page, going there, and not seeing a community post for 5-6 months. They'll think, dead game. So if you're able to make it, maintain it, and you've got a goal in mind, then I would say, yes, make a Steam page. Because when publishers see that and you're giving yourself the best foot forward to, if a publisher is your goal, that a publisher will see this, and hopefully you're getting the results you want, and it'll make it easier for a publisher to go, yes, this is the game I want to speak about. Thank you so much for listening to me prattle on. Appreciate it. If you have any questions or want to chat you after. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Ross. Our next speaker of this evening is a freelance photographer. She has worked at videographer, sorry. Freelance videographer. She has worked at video games and has done videography at Games Talks Live before, and has talked at Video Games Live before, Games Talks Live I should say. And her talk will be on rejecting rejection. So please give a warm welcome to Sarah Gatlin.
Oh no. There we go. Yeah, so like Gregor said, I'm Sarah Gatland. I'm a videographer. I would love to talk about videos with you in any of the breaks. Just come chat to me. But as mentioned, we're talking about something a little spicier, a little more exciting, and it's rejection. Or more specifically, rejecting rejection. Because I'm sure I put this in for a reason, but I can't remember the reason. So that's my feeling. That's how I feel when I think about rejection. I'm sure you all relate. And yeah, it's such a relevant topic for everyone in this room, because if you're not getting rejected, then you are doing the rejection. So this is still for you to listen to. You can get rejected from a job. You might be applying for funding, or to a publisher. You might be pitching your game, and that could get rejected. For me, making videos, I enter film festivals, and that comes with more rejection. And you might, for more relevant to games, you might be applying for awards, or you might be shortlisted for award, and you could or you couldn't win that award. So you're always going to be experiencing this. This doesn't just stop once you've got a job or once you've got one piece of funding, because it's just going to be a constant. So we need to talk about how to make it a little bit more healthy. Again, not really relevant pictures. It's just I like my cats, and sometimes they sit on my laptop when I'm playing games. And yeah, so think about the fact that when someone rejects you, so say you've applied for a job and you think, I'm great for this job, I'm the perfect candidate, and then you get a rejection through. They aren't thinking, oh, the person applying doesn't go, yeah, I really want to reject as many people as I can. They just want the perfect candidate, and they might have 10 perfect candidates, and then they go, amazing, like what do we do from here? So obviously experience is a big thing that will get you accepted for jobs. That's sort of the main big thing. Contacts can help you get in the door, get your foot in the door. They won't necessarily get you the job, but if someone already knows you and trusts you, then you do have a better chance of having that chance at success. So I have a couple of stories about working in retail because I was once a previous employee at a place that I was applying to. So they just accepted me, which was a bit crazy because I'd worked at a different store. It was a chain store. And I'd worked at a different store 5 years earlier. They might as well have trained up a new member of staff, but they clearly just saw like the brand name on my CV and they were like, perfect, that's us done. And so other people might have applied and been better candidates, but I got the job just because of that. And again, a different retail job that I had, they asked me, when can you start? Can you start like next week? Can you start tomorrow? And I said, yeah, sure. Which means that they rejected a bunch of other people just because of my like tomorrow availability. So when you think about it like that, it's not really an attack on your character as much if you don't get a job, because it might be something as small and menial as that, just that another candidate attracted them more for maybe just a like practical reason. But there are ways to reduce rejection. And one thing that's so important to remember is that you make your own luck. So for example, last week I was shooting a video for Alistair Lowe from Low Tech Games. And I thought to myself, how lucky am I that out of everyone he could have chosen, he chose me to work with him. And then I thought, well, he didn't just like throw a dart at a wall and pick me randomly. The two of us have known each other for years, and he's seen my work at Games Talks Live and other places. And we get along, we check in with each other. And so I never like made friends with him or anyone else here with that intention. But just by coming to Games Talks Live, events like that, putting yourself out there, you're going to make contacts and build up a reputation that will put you in a better place to pitch your game or to meet the right people in order to get a job or get funding. Also, this is more from the mental health side of things. Don't back yourself into a corner with things. So whether it's with don't put all your eggs in one basket. So earlier this year, I applied for a job and I really thought I was guaranteed it. No one told me verbally, no one like ever said to me, yes, you are going to get this job. But I convinced myself that I was going to. And I thought to myself, well, I've got my interview next week. So like, why would I interview for a different place this week? Or why should I keep applying for other jobs? Because it's exhausting to like sell yourself like that. Why should I do that when I know I'm going to get a job next week? And so obviously I didn't get that job and I didn't have anything coming up. So I thought to myself, oh my gosh, I have nothing coming up. This is all their fault. But it wasn't their fault. It was my fault for backing myself into that corner. And so if I had just kept applying for things and kept putting myself out there, it wouldn't have felt like, wow, now I have nothing. I don't have any interviews coming up. I'm not in contact with people. It wouldn't have put me back to square one if I'd just sort of gone, okay, I'll just get that interview experience at other places. Selling yourself is going to be helpful at any stage of your career because it's so hard to sell yourself. So that sort of practice is worth doing, even if you know that you're going to even if you're going to be the one to reject the job offer if you get it. You don't need to accept a job either. That's worth mentioning. So yeah, if we think about rejection in a more positive light, such as, so when I got rejected from the job that I mentioned in the previous slide, I thought, well, what do I do now? Because like I said, I didn't have anything coming up. So I thought about different things I'd been wanting to try for a while. So I've been doing some QA testing, just work experience, and I've been really enjoying that. And I'd love to chat to any of you about that during the breaks as well, because I've learned a lot of things in the past couple months with that. So maybe your game was pitched to a company and they weren't the right fit, but maybe there's a different company that you think, oh, well, it's a bit of a long shot. They don't quite fit us, but like just go for those different opportunities. Obviously know your niche, but you can try out different things, because if you've been rejected from something else, then that opens you up for other stuff. And like I mentioned before, interview experience is always helpful. Pitching, all of that is great to get practice in. And you're going to be making contacts, and people will remember you if you make a good impression, even if they can't hire you or buy your game at that point in time. They will remember you if you make a good impression, and they might be able to refer you to someone else or recommend you, or just next time they already have a good impression of you. And learning about other companies and the industry is ultimately going to make you a better person to work here, and also it probably makes your game better as well, so that's great. And also don't let yourself forget all the achievements that you've done, because it's so easy at the end of a day to go, oh, I didn't do this, I didn't do this. And you forget about all the amazing things that you've done throughout the day or all the things that you've achieved. You get like one rejection from an award, or you don't win an award and you forget all the awards that you have won with your game, things like that. So just remember everything that you have achieved and all your successes. So I also want to talk to the people who are doing the rejecting. So I've gotten a lot of rejection letters that say, "Dear Sir, Madame," or from a large Scottish television production, which will remain unnamed. They got slapped me with a "Dear Candidate." And yeah, just say our name in it. Dear Sarah. It makes a huge difference because it doesn't make me think, wow, they definitely didn't read my application. And you might say, oh, I have hundreds, maybe even thousands of people applying for my company. I don't have the time to do all that. There are programs to help you with that. You can use Microsoft Excel, you can use Microsoft Access, and you might go, oh, but those are kind of complicated. You guys are coders, you can work it out, trust me. Yeah, also the time of day. I was at Colin's birthday party last month and my phone buzzed. I was at Kaylee having a great time, my phone buzzed and I checked it and it was a "Dear candidate, you've not been accepted for this job." And I was like, wow, imagine being the person sending out rejection letters at 9 p.m. on a Saturday, how miserable that would be. So just don't do it at the weekend or like really late evening. If that is absolutely the only time that you have, schedule it for Monday. Again, very easy to do. 8 a.m. Monday and I'll get my rejection and it's in business hours. Fine, I don't mind. Don't take my Kaylee time away from me. Also, feedback. I know this is a difficult one, especially if, like I say, you have hundreds or thousands of candidates, because I know some studios here, obviously, like Rockstar is huge. There are so many studios, and it's such a competitive industry, that you will get tons of candidates. But if they get to the interview stage, I think it's very considerate and polite to give them a bit of feedback, because clearly you saw something in them. So the reason that you didn't bring them forward to the next stage, they're going to want to know why that is, so that it's invaluable information for them to know what they could have done to help them move on. I got my favorite rejection that I've had this year was someone phoned me up and they said, "We had a great time with you at the interview, but you just weren't the right fit this time. Please do apply again and don't be down on yourself." And it just left me with a really positive memory of that experience. Whereas normally you have a great interview and you feel like you've done well, and then you just get a faceless, nameless email through, and it's very impersonal and it sort of devalidates the experience that you had before that. So yeah, if you can give even a little bit of feedback, that is probably the most important thing. So yeah, like I said, come and chat to me during the breaks. And if I approach you, don't reject me or I'll cry. And also just please reframe and reject rejection. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Sarah. For our next speaker today, he is a level design director at Checkpoint Creative. Please, everybody, give a warm welcome to the stage, Luke Knuckles.
Hey, folks. So that's Choke Point Creative. Choke Point. Oh, yeah, but it's all good. But hey, I'm really privileged to be here, to be talking to all you folks and to be invited to Scotland, where I get the privilege, such as drinking water from a tap without having to boil it first. Right, gonna have to work out how to use this. Right. So my talk is level design and the journey from AAA to discovering what works for our indie studio. So quick introduction. I am a level designer. 20 years professional experience. Also, where are my notes? Anyway, I've helped ship 13 games, worked on many, many more that were cancelled. Who can share that feeling with us? Yep, see some hands there. Gradually, I was pushed towards leadership management, but I think after 20 years, I've done my time. So I was successful and I got early parole. And I'm excited to have left AAA behind to help build something new. So, why was such a detailed intro useful in a 10-minute talk? Well, because this is my first game. So, my first game was a junior level designer. I made a quarter of the levels in that game. We went on one level, very heavy, visually exciting level, sure. I mean, it's Call of Duty, right? Here, yep, so this becomes more artisanal. But then we go to Tom Clancy's Division, where I guess on paper, the contribution was large, but ultimately, I worked on that game for years, and I do not believe I've seen more than 20% of that game. Yeah. Right. So what is level design? Again, I really need to get my notes here. Right. I'm going to bring this up on my phone, because I've got notes on my phone. Sweet. So this is a quote which should be familiar to many level designers. It's often brought out. You can't really trip over a level design book without having read it already. It's the classic Jay Wilbur off of, at the time, id Software. Level design is where the rubber hits the road. So what does that mean? To kind of like help kind of understand that, like, let's go back in time. There we go. The 90s were a wild time for level design. The industry had no shortage of big visible names, and that's what teenage me thought. However, now I'm grown up, and I am part of the games industry. In fact, I've been doing it, 20 years. And I recognized that teenage me was a dumbass. Attention and glamour can be attractive. It's a lot of fun, right? We all love to be seen. I mean, I'm basically wearing pink with a picture of a big cat on my t-shirt. But it's ultimately unproductive and even useless in a field that thrives on cross-collaboration within a team. In short, leave your ego at the door. Brilliance is useful if it is measured based on the individual. Useless if it is based on the individual. Only the efforts of the group, the collective, have any real worth. There is no place for rock stars here, which is probably a controversial statement to say in Edinburgh. But here we go. So what does making a game for us? Because, yeah, we've gone from back in time to now we're in 2024 again. We have a studio. We have branded merch and everything. So that makes us super legit, right? Our team is comprised of some very experienced developers and some exciting, fresh talent ready to bring fresh perspectives. Side quest. The overabundance of militarized language in our industry has always felt weird to me. We didn't go to war. We touch keyboards for a living. And we point at whiteboards, or Miro. Consider it performative theater if you like, but I feel so much better and relaxed having removed it from my collective vocabulary. We all know the obvious ones: veterans, fire teams, war room, But the list goes on. So I intentionally made this text really small, but I'm going to try and run it through. Mission, campaign, deployment, alpha beta testing, tactical, recon, battle plan, engagement, loadout, squad, objective, flanking, operations, ammunition, command center, assault, defense, frontline, strategy, war room, victory conditions, reconnaissance, supply drop, briefing, debriefing. So, what is our antivision? Like, what is the opposite of what we want to achieve as a group? Traditional division of work by discipline. This being a compartmentalization of creating the game into distinct disciplines. Design, art, programming, audio. Do not forget to remember not to forget audio, and so forth, each focusing on its specialized area. While the intent here can lead to highly cohesive and I spoke of my next notes. Right, so the auteur is the other angle of the antivision. While the intent here can lead to highly cohesive and innovative games that bear the unmistakable mark of their creator, it goes against what we want to achieve. What we set out to achieve was shared ownership and leveraging our diverse perspectives, not stifling them. This theory can lead to brilliance, but I don't buy it. So here is where we landed, the rise of the feature team. This is not designed by committee, but rather bringing the folks together who will touch a feature and working through the process together as a shared vision. This has to be what is meant by the quote I meant when I began with regards to game development, level design in 2024. The level design is where the rubber hits the road because level design is applied game development, but the level designer is standing on so many shoulders of many experts, working with everyone involved in bringing features to life, together shared vision and shared goal. So feature teams such as combat, mechanics, environmental interactions, or narrative elements. This entirely decentralized approach promotes agility and adaptability, allowing teams to rapidly iterate and respond to player feedback. So we start this with an FSO. That's what I mean by there aren't leaders except for when there are leaders. This person is now the feature owner. This could be anyone within our team, and in fact, that's by design. And that person drives it from FSO through to prototype and then to production, but the responsibility and ownership is never tied to discipline, and never are these stages a design task or an art task or a code task, for example. They are a feature task. This empowers team members to collaborate closely, iterate rapidly. Moreover, feature teams promote cross-pollination of ideas as individuals from diverse backgrounds, bringing unique perspectives to the table, enriching our creative process. God, that's the same issue as everyone else. All right. But hang on, Luke. haven't you just described techniques in use by AAA today to manage the ballooning scopes of games already? Well, you see, we're starting from scratch and built up processes that work best for us. Our thing is totally different. So I set out to rebuild game development processes with a greater degree of equity and ownership, and just ended up trial and erroring myself back to what is commonly done now already. Wow. Job done, right? And sometimes it just be like that. So what have we learned today? Thank you very much, everyone. This has been an absolute pleasure. Oh, this is for Jacob.
Thank you very much, Luke. We're going into our third break of the evening. So, but first of all, I want to give a shout out to our sponsor again, Escape Technology, Johnston Carmichael, and Lucid Link for their amazing support for not only tonight, but the next couple of nights of Games Talks Live. I also want to give another reminder for our amazing raffle. All of our proceeds will go to Save the Children. All of our money will go to children in Gaza, and it's a hugely important for us. And also, you might win some prizes along the way as well. So we will see you shortly after the break. We're going to hear from Tanya and Joe Bain and Kyle Mix1. So please enjoy your break. We'll see you in a bit. And there are cakes next door. We're going from strength to strength. Enjoy your break, guys.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks so much for your time this evening. Really excited to be here today. So I thought I'll start by just kind of giving you a bit of an intro to who I am. So I started in the video game and entertainment space back in 2011. So I initially started to work for two different media agencies. So, but they specialise within the video game sector. So some of the clients that I worked with, just to sort of name a few. So I worked with Bethesda, Activision, Nintendo, Konami, Codemasters, which some of you might remember as well. They're still alive somewhere. You know, I was there for a few years, and then I decided that, you know, the gaming industry I was kind of done with the gaming industry, and I wanted to sort of move on and try something different. So I worked for a company called DAZN, which some of you might be familiar with. They're like a sports streaming platform, kind of like the Netflix of sport. So I did that, but you know what, after like a year or so, I just really missed gaming. I wanted to sort of get back into the gaming sphere. So I joined Square Enix. So I was the UK marketing manager at Square Enix. So I ran all their marketing campaigns to sort of bottom up. And then I left Square Enix after sort of 4.5 years. I joined Take-Two Interactive, and I was part of the 2K brand. So I did that for a bit. And then now I'm at Green Man Gaming. So I've only actually been at Green Man Gaming for 3 weeks now. So if you do have any questions, just go easy on me. I don't have all the stats. But yeah, that's a little bit about me. So next I've got a little 30-second sizzle reel just to kind of give you a bit of an intro to who Green Man Gaming are, and then I can sort of deep dive into a bit more about what we do. That should have sound. I'll let it play. I promise it's got a cool soundtrack, but maybe I'll send it to you guys at another point. I could do a little theme tune now if I wanted to, but I might avoid that. Right. Okay, so for those of you who are unaware, Greenman Gaming is an e-commerce and technology business, and we sort of specialise in the video game industry. So it was founded by Paul Sullock back in 2010, and we're actually made up of sort of three main divisions. So we have publishing. So this is the department that I work in, and what we do is we work with independent studios. So this is like globally, and what we do is effectively sort of bring their games to the masses. So what we do is we help them with their marketing, with their PR. We also help them with social, community. We also work with sort of various influencers as well, and also within trade marketing as well. We then have our retailer side. So this is essentially our sort of our bread and butter. We work with, we're in 195 different countries, and we stock sort of various different games. There's about sort of 10,000 multi-platform games at really competitive prices. So definitely worth checking out if you're not aware of them, if you're not aware of us, sorry. And then we also have the distribution side as well. So what we do is we act as a third-party distributor with studios, and what we do is we help promote their games on behalf of them. So we work with 150 different retailers across all major territories. So anyway, that's a bit about us. But what I wanted to do is talk to you more about sort of the publishing side and sort of how we can help as well. So, some of you might be sitting in the audience, you might be working for a small indie, or, you might be an individual yourself, and, you might be creating your own game. So with that, there are certain things that you would need to account for if you haven't done so already. So it's all about sort of getting your house in order. And kind of what I mean by that, is having a plan. So you have to look at, what sort of game are you building here? How long do you think it will take you to sort of finish that game? Is it 6 months? Is it 12 months? Is it 2 years? What are those milestones, that you would need to sort of finish that game? Also, how will you fund your company? How will you pay for your staff? How will you pay for the equipment? How will you run the company? If you have an office space. And then that kind of goes on to talk about the development side as well. How we pay for the studio, the tech, all the equipment that you think that you would need to sort of build that game. And then, you might have created this amazing sort of passion project of yours that you've been thinking about for years. But then, that's all sort of the fun part. But then, how do you then reach that audience that you're trying to market to? How do you sort of sell into that audience? And then from that, you look at the distribution side. So, how do you make sure you've got the max amount of eyeballs, people that are viewing your game, that you want maximum support from them? How do you make sure that it's listed perfectly and, easily downloadable? And then finally, you look at, so what is the future of your company or the studio? Are you looking at a V2 within sort of 12 months from then? Are you looking at certain DLC? Are you looking to build an MTX model? Because, with every start, there's an end. So you'd always have to sort of build some sort of contingency plan to make sure that you sort of, that you support the rest of the company's future. So that's kind of like where sort of my team come in and where we can sort of help. So from the publishing side, we help from funding. So we help with the development, the support, the distribution as well, which I just sort of spoke about, but also everything to do with marketing. So all the different strands, all different disciplines within marketing. So PR, influencers, trade, etc. And then we look at partnerships as well. So the partners that we work with, obviously first party, so like PlayStation and Xbox, but also third parties as well. So this could be hardware brands like, I don't know, HyperX or Logitech, just to kind of give you some examples. And then what we do is we help at sort of different stages. So if you look at the pre-launch phase, so like I said, we help with the funding, the localization, but also the Q&A, really helping with the awareness and then executing on that as well from a PR and marketing community point of view. And then when we're into our launch phase as well, that's kind of where we really help within retail distribution management. We look at the placement and the listings. We help with the pre-orders, so it's really important that there are a decent amount of pre-orders or the wish lists are there as well, but also the pricing model as well. Are you pricing yourselves too highly, or are you sort of undercutting yourself? And then also helping with sort of trade marketing and affiliates and social media as well. And then when you get to your sort of post-launch phase, it's all about sort of retail channel management planning, and also promotional sales as well. So there are various sales that happen throughout the year. Which sales you want to be a part of, which ones don't you want to be? How do you price yourself so that you're competitive as well? But I think anecdotally, for a publisher, it's okay that you want some of this, but you might not need all of it. But I think one thing to sort of take away from this is that third-party distribution is really key here. So you might have your game on Steam and it might be doing really well, but third-party distribution can really add sort of 20 to 30% incremental sales to your current sell-through. So just something for you to be aware of. And that's kind of everything from me. So I'm happy to take any questions. If not, hit me at the bar. I will be wearing some sort of tag, but yeah, or feel free to email me. Thank you.
So we're Pocket Sized Hands, formed 6.5 years ago. Some of the cool stuff that we've been working with Adult Swim on Pocket Mortys. We've done multiple projects now with Ripstone. And one of the coolest things that we worked on recently is Oddworld Soulstorm, helping them out with their port to PC and Xbox. And that all set us up to work on Clive and Wrench. And to tell you a little bit about this game, it's been in development for 11 years. It started off ages ago with one person working on it. This is the brainchild of one man. It's a solo project, and the work that he's done on it has been absolutely fantastic, getting it from where it was 11 years ago to where it is now, to a game that's, you know, almost ready for release, or it has released, but at the time almost ready for release. So like I said, it's been in development for 11 years, primarily one person working on it. I think like a few contractors, at most around 15 throughout the course of 11 years. It was in Unity 4. I didn't even know Unity 4 existed. When we first did our cold port on the project, we had like an average of 8 frames per second. I know that's not the best way of measuring optimization, but it's just an indication of where this project was. And there was no source control. An 11-year game, and we were handled a Google Drive link, you know? So how hard could that all be? But as a bit of a knowledge share, just want to talk a little about what some of our best practices that we've found. And that is, you know, our pipeline. And that starts off with just getting access to the project. Straight away, we do a cold port. That helps us try and analyze the project and get a real sense of where it is and where it is in the porting process. And then we do our internal investigations. So we do like a real deep dive into the code, a real scrutiny on it, try and figure out look at what engines are being used, what plugins are being used, how all the systems work, and just try and get that understanding so that we don't have any surprises when we go to actually do the hard work. And I will say, most important at like every stage of this, but this is definitely one of the most important bits, is our internal review. Looking at the project from a business aspect, you know, does it hit some of our strategic goals? Is it something that we have the capacity to do? And is it something that we have the technical capacity to do? Once we do that, you know, we only give ourselves around 2 weeks to do like investigations into a port. So there's going to be, with 2 weeks, there's going to be a lot of unknowns that you might not be able to touch on. So just looking at building out a risk register to try and help yourself mitigate some of those unknowns. So when it comes to doing it again, there's no surprises. We send across all our findings in an external investigations document to the client. You know, we sign contracts, and then woo, we do the easy work, right? How hard could it all be? So anyone that's done porting before, this is probably all going to be common sense. So I'm just going to run through it really quickly. You know, looking at some of the core challenges, especially in Clive and Wrench, was performance. You know, this is a game that's been in development for 11 years with no real sense of optimization or what the final platform was going to look like. We had to look at upgrading legacy systems, a lot of old legacy code, especially like, you know, things that were using the old particle shaders in particle systems in Unity that we all had to come together and solve. There was no asset management in the project, and there's no documentation. Generally, when you get a port, you might find that you're in a position where you don't actually have anything to go off of, and you just have to figure it all out yourself, which gives you a real challenge in trying to figure out how those systems are all designed. And when we took on the project, one of the biggest risks that we had was, you know, we didn't understand. One of the risks was we didn't think we could, pardon me, I'm skipping my words. We didn't know if 60 FPS was possible based on the project. So we agreed with the publisher straight up, and we said to them, look, we'll agree on 30 FPS as a target frame. And that was accepted. So some specific things to look out for when you're doing ports in terms of project art assets, you know, thinking about too many materials, too many polys, too many objects in a scene, draw distance could be too high, too many dynamic lights, expensive shaders. When it comes to the engine side of things, you know, in this project specifically, there was a lot of expensive operations like GameObject.find. That was happening every tick. There was no caching of those objects as well. There was no pooling of objects. There was lots of physics on literally everything within the game. Store assets that were built in that caused specific issues as well. And because it had been developed over the course of 11 years, there was a lot of complex coupled code between every single system. You know, code was triggering animations was going back and triggering into different parts of the code. Trying to get an understanding of that was a real challenge. And there was a lack of prefabs. Some scenes would have prefabs, some scenes would haven't prefabs. And yeah, it was fun. And so we had this huge task ahead of us. And while our code and our art team just dived straight into the task of optimization, we got our QA on board to help out and figure out what the actual problems were. And again, one of the most important things is, if you can, get a detailed QA report at the start of the project before you jump into it, because when you finally get your QA onto the project, you'll realize that those bug lists just keep growing and growing and growing. When we did our first QA pass, before we even started working the port, we realized that there was over 700 priority 1 blockers that we needed to get fixed just to get the game to gold. So our role developed more into a co-development role. So not only were we just helping to get the game onto consoles, we were helping the original developer to get the game over the line. We looked at things like, things that can help us, just making sure you've got those platform-specific enablers in place. So things are only going to be working on PlayStation when they don't have to work on Switch. Easy wins like reducing the draw distance. We did that ad hoc artwork where possible, and combining meshes where possible as well, which caused a memory leak that we tried to fix. And it took us a week to find out what the actual issue was. Which again, is like, there's so many slides in here that could be talks by themselves. And that is a fun talk by itself, but not a fun talk thinking about. It had no asset management, so we had to implement addressables. One thing that we find when we get ports in is that a lot of, especially indie devs, a lot of them will have LODs in place, but not many people think about shader LODs. So it's an easy win to think about that. Switching your lighting pipeline, switching your rendering pipeline from deferred to forward, and then reducing the physics time step, and as well just refactoring the code where you can as well. Some of these are easy wins, some of them are a little bit more difficult. But there's lots of places that you have to compromise and that you have to realize that might be a specific challenge. So one in this game was that the physics layers and the setup was undocumented and completely complex. And looking back at that picture, I don't know if you can see it. I still don't know what half of it does, but it's just trying to figure out what bits are okay to leave alone. We couldn't fix all the assets and models, especially in the time frame that we had. There was just so much of it, as considering this game had been in development for so long. And we couldn't refactor a lot of the game logic, specifically because a lot of the close integration with Unity. So it was just trying to compromise on what should we be focusing our quick wins and fixes on. And then again, there was no prefab setup in the game. So yeah. So going back to this 30 FPS issues, when we did our investigations, this was one of the big unknowns. And we had this agreement that 30 FPS was going to be the target. And one of the big things that the developer was really interested in was keeping the original visual style. And that looked at some of the post-processing that they had in place, and they had some of the shaders that they had in place, especially the fur shader that they had on the character was like a real big special thing to them. But of course, Twitter is fun. And when it was announced on Twitter that the game was going to be 30 FPS in the PlayStation 5, they had a lot of fun. And there's some of these here, especially the red flags one is probably my favorite, but there's a few more and they could be a bit hurtful. So we went back to the publisher and we looked at, okay, right, how can we actually get this to hit 60 FPS? And this was like a month before it was meant to launch as well. So this was fun. So can anyone guess what we did? Like, we turned off the fur shader. And you can't tell from the far away picture, but you can see it a little bit better close up. And bingo, it was done. It wasn't the main thing that we had to fix, but it was definitely one of those big technical challenges. And it comes back to that whole compromise that you have to have with the developer and trying to figure out what's important for them versus what's important for the game as well. So really quickly, reflections and some takeaways. I know that was all really quick. Identify the bottlenecks really early and find out what those quick wins are. Make some difficult decisions and compromises with the developer. Don't add any more technical debt, especially to a project that's 11 years old. It's going to get worse if you start making it worse. And I think one of the most important things, again, the last most important thing, is to manage performance and quality at each step. If you think of the end user experience and what the player is actually going to be doing, that'll help you get through TRCs a lot quicker as well. Thank you.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome, everybody, to Block 4 of Edinburgh Games Talks Live. So we're going to dive straight into it with our next speaker. They are the representative of the Hub 175. Please, everybody, give a warm welcome all the way from London, Tanya.
What do I do? How do I? It's not. Sorry, it's not moving on the. Oh, okay, there we go. So, hi, I'm Tanya, and the talk is about building a strong team. So these are lessons that I have learned from a series of fuck-ups. So who am I? I'm the CEO and founder of the Hub 175 and Mad Hatter Solutions. So I'm a wearer of many hats and a maker of many mistakes. So with my team, at least, I have a few baseline rules, and I think this is something that is good to think about. So we have our first rule, which is communicate. Second rule, honesty without consequence. Third, accountability. And fourth, trust. Trust your team. And I'll let you in on a secret. Fuck-ups are okay. So, overview of the talk is about building a team and a strong team in the sense of, first of all, I just want to stress the importance. We all grow up thinking about, oh, teamwork, and we go, oh, you know what, I'd rather just do it myself, or who knows, like, teamwork is something that from childhood we're told again and again and again, this is something we need to think about, this is something we need to do, and it becomes the bane of our lives at some point, at least at one point. However, it's important to remember why, because you can't do it yourself. I have tried. Not possible. Don't do it. Wouldn't recommend. Also, in terms of teamwork, what I really want to talk about today is individuality within teams. So actually, there is an I in team, which stands for individuals. A team is comprised of individuals, and those individuals are unique. As much as in a team you might have one senior artist and another senior artist, you're not copying and pasting the person. They are two separate people. So as much as it's the same role, they might even have the same tasks. They're different people. And it's about thinking about what makes us who we are. There's an element of nature where you even have like twin studies and sibling studies psychologically, where actually even in the same household, twins, siblings, have different experiences of childhood despite the environment being the same, because we are unique, we are individuals. So in that sense, we all have individual motivators, and those drive performance. So going back to the business side, understanding those motivators, whether that is in a team or leading a team, either way, getting to know your team means that you're able to actually understand each other. Understanding each other means you're able to drive better performance. So the term people first approach is bandied about so much, and no one kind of like goes into it, or I haven't really fully heard people go into it, and I really want to, in the sense of it's a term that's used a lot in terms of HR and putting people first. But when we think about it, we go, okay, well, we put people first, but it's a business. So how does that work, right? Because when we think of corporates, we think of something cold and frosty and, oh, it's a company. But then we think of people, and that's like warm and fuzzy. So you look at it almost as a polarity. It doesn't mean not caring about outcomes and goals. It's about remembering the uniqueness of individuals within a team in driving those goals and driving performance. So it's a balancing act. As a lead or even within a team, you're looking at business versus people, right? You're like, oh, scary corporate, I need to fight this. No, it's not entirely accurate. A business is made up of people. That's what the people first approach is about. It's about looking at it as a collection of individuals with a purpose and a goal and an aim and working together to achieve that aim. So is it business versus people, or is that just the same thing? Different situations will have different priorities. Everyone here, like if I can have a really, really quick raise of hands, who's been in a crunch before? Right, that's basically everyone. Right, okay. Now, I can say my team has been in a crunch before, and I'll own that. That's not always down to bad planning. Sometimes it is. Sometimes things just go wrong. And that's where having a strong team, getting to know your team is important. Building that culture, building those values that actually we are a team. We go through the trenches together, but then we also have those nice moments afterward together. We relax, we take it easy afterwards. So culture and values play a really large part here. And at least my biggest rules are communicate and honesty, because that's how you survive this. And going back to values, it's important to let those values be known. So as much as a lead or even within your team, if you've got a different idea, if I say the word giraffe, everyone's thinking of a picture, right? In their minds, I hope, maybe, I don't know, I think in pictures. But you're looking at giraffe as an animal. Maybe someone's thinking of a cartoon. Everyone has different ideas of different words. Everyone has different values as well. Everyone has different values as people. Everyone has different values in a team. Everyone has a different value as a lead, as a CEO. These are different hats and different faces that we wear. So within those, you have values and you have ways that you work. The important part, again, going back to rule number 1, communicate. So talk about those, because that and creating collective values together empowers a team, and it brings together a sense of prioritization. It brings together, hey, actually, as much as I love you all, right now this goal is really important. Can we crunch it? Can we get there? Can we do it together? And that's where you go, actually, you know what? This isn't super important right now. Your well-being is more important. There are moments that different things will take precedence, and it's being able to set priorities together and setting those values together. So shared values foster trust and collaboration and a higher level of productivity. So it's about fairness, not sameness, in the sense that everyone is unique. There is a lot of talk about diversity, equality, inclusion. I'm sure everyone's heard about this lately. It's been the new buzzwords, or at least they've been buzzwords for a long time, but it's been more upfront lately. And in that element, I just want to highlight equality for a second. Going back to that element of us all having those same roles. Let's say we have the same role. We have the same tasks, but we're not the same people. Within that, that's not equality. That isn't equality. If we treat people exactly the same and have a standardized, we're not robots, we're all unique individuals. So therein comes the concept of equity. Equity being looking at things as individuals and different ways of working, different ways of thinking, and different ambitions, which means while, yeah, it's not always possible to accommodate, Lord knows, my team definitely didn't like working in Asana, and that was dragging them kicking and screaming for 9 months, and now we have changed to Miro, so they're happy. But at the same time, it's not always possible to accommodate individuals. One particular person in my team had a problem with Asana, and I was like, dude, you just got to suck it up right now until we figure out a better way. Now I figured out a better way that actually works for the whole team. So it's about being able to meet in the middle and go, actually, right now, I can't handle changing this software. I can't handle this process being changed because we're in the middle of this massive go live, but I will come back to it. And I did. And now we use Kanban and Miro. So going to that, we then have intrinsic and extrinsic motivators. Why people do things. In that uniqueness and individuality, there is intrinsic, which is inside our heads. So I'm happy because I get to do art, or I'm happy because I get to design something that fulfills me. That's my purpose. Extrinsically, I'm working for money, or extrinsically, someone gave me a pat on the back. So there's my happy moment. So looking at those two motivators, you then have positive and negative reinforcement. And there are a lot of different psychological case studies going back to Pavlov's dogs. I don't know if anyone's heard of that as a case study. So in terms of positive and negative reinforcement, they all have roles to play. And individuals respond differently to different things. We all operate in different ways. I know that I operate mainly off of criticism. Praise weirds me out. Like, compliments really weird me out. But at the same time, everyone needs a balance. And it's about figuring out and getting to know your team so that you understand what your team needs, so you can all work better together and being able to move forward in a way that is coherent across the board. And also normalizing friction in that process. Until you know your team, until you know what motivates each other, your pet peeves, the things you don't like, your values, how you work, even how you think, whether you're visual, whether you like things in a perfect timeline, whether you're a bit spontaneous. All of those things, hours of working, preferred methods of working, case in point, the Asana, all of that, friction is perfectly normal until you establish those things that bring you together and create that as a cogency across the board that you can come to. But that's built over time and built through working together and having honest conversations. So a strong team, we all have strengths, but we also have weaknesses, and that's where honesty becomes really important. A strong team is one where everyone is able to play to their strengths, but compensate for each other's weaknesses, and being able to lift each other up. We are individuals, but we are individuals working together. So if you're not fucking it up, you're doing it wrong. And on that note, I will leave you. That's my LinkedIn if you want to connect. Thank you. Just leave that there.
Thank you very much, Tanya. So straight on to our next speaker of this block. He is the director of Hairy Heart Games. He is an organizer of industry and events in Glasgow, including the Glasgow Games Soapbox, and working on the upcoming Glasgow Independent Games Festival. And as a Glasgow native, that warms my heart. So please, everybody, give a warm welcome to Joe Bain.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Good to see a lot of people I recognise and lots of people I don't. And yeah, if you're interested in the Glasgow Independent Games Festival, it's on the 20th of July in Glasgow. You should be able to Google it, hopefully, or talk to me or Fergus about it. So, yeah, my name's Joe, Hairy Heart Games, and this talk is called Handmade AI. Got my notes on this hand, clicker in this hand. I think we're ready. Are you ready? We're all ready. Good. Right. To begin, let's remind ourselves of some of the latest developments in AI as they relate to games and 3D art. You've probably seen some of this stuff on Twitter. I know I have. Some of the outputs are definitely flawed, you know, not ready to drop right into your game today, but, you know, maybe in a few months or a year, they are getting better. And even primitive video games are possible now with AI. You know, it can generate the code, it can generate the graphics. This YouTuber is talking about Sora here in this clip, a video generating AI, but I think his worries are common with a lot of people in the creative industries today. Oh, we can't hear him, but he's saying, oh, this video AI generation software, oh, it's great, and I'm terribly worried that I'm going to lose my job to it. That's what he's saying. But he's got an American accent when he does it. Okay. In the 1930s, another young creative was worried about new technology. Pablo Picasso was not a game developer, but when he was starting his career as a painter, photography was becoming better and more accessible. I have discovered photography. Now I can kill myself. I have nothing else to learn. This is what he said. What's the point in being a painter trying to paint a portrait if a camera can take it more accurately and more quickly? I'm a game developer. I'm a programmer. Already AIs can complete basic programming tasks, and they're getting better. And it won't be long, perhaps, before an AI can produce code and fix bugs as well as me, maybe better than me. Oh, anyway, code, yeah, there you go. Am I ready now to go in the ground? Surrender my work to the machines. Perhaps I can get a job dusting graphics cards in a data center somewhere. But I'm not ready to be, I'm not ready for that. Picasso also said this about photography. When you see what you express through photography, you realize all the things that can no longer be the objectives of painting. Why should an artist persist in treating subjects that can be established so clearly with the lens of a camera? We have the power to change the subject of our work. Game development has often been a technical exercise with some artistic sensibility creeping kind of around the edges. How can we optimize the frame rate? How can we squeeze more realism into this collection of polygons? Why is it so hard to render a triangle in Vulkan? Some of these problems are going to go away, are not going to go away overnight with AI, and some people think they may never go away. There are limits to AI, limits to the effectiveness of a deep neural network, some people say. But perhaps these technical concerns will start to fade. Perhaps game programming won't require knowledge of cache-efficient memory layouts. 3D art won't require tedious UV unwrapping, and 2D art won't necessitate mastery of 1001 Photoshop keyboard shortcuts. But just because we don't need to study the way light falls across velvet doesn't mean that we aren't capable of artistic expression and creating beauty. Picasso didn't just avoid technology. He cut up photography, mass-produced design and newsprint. He created collage, a new style of art which embraced and transformed the output of machines. I'm not just here to talk about Picasso, though. I want to talk about what AI is enabling and how I have been embracing AI to make better games. This is a handmade puppet made from wood, wire, foam, and felt, hand-stitched and hand-painted. Her name is Kate, and there is only one of her. She was made by a model maker named Gretchen Maynard-Hahn, who is based in Edinburgh. And so far, neither OpenAI, Meta, nor Google have released any AIs capable of making puppets. In our game Crackernuts, we scan Kate and the rest of our puppets and sets using a photogrammetry app. We place the puppet on a small turntable and capture hundreds of photos as she spins around, capturing every angle and the way the light moves across each material. You may be familiar with photogrammetry already. It's been used in video games for at least a decade. At Hairy Heart, we use an iPhone app called Polycam. And while it's not part of the latest AI revolution, it is a pipeline that's continuing to improve and get more and more useful. It isn't perfect, though. You may see from this example, the hair around Kate's head is kind of blocky in places. This is a 3D render of Kate made from the same set of photographs, but stored and rendered as a kind of point cloud. And the process is called Gaussian splatting and uses a complex algorithm to output an efficient representation of the photos. You can kind of see in this photo how the representation works. It's thousands of small particles, all kind of overlaid and stitched together. Each of them has a height, a width, a color, and a reflectance transmission function attached to it. The process of training the splat involves generating millions of these particles, moving them around, merging them until they represent the target photographs closely. And Polycam now allows you to export your captured photos, models, as Gaussian splats as well as polygon models. And you can already use these splats in game engines, in Unreal and Unity. They're not perhaps production ready just yet, but they are useful and usable for certain applications. A close cousin of Gaussian splatting is NERFs, or neural radiance fields. This video from NVIDIA shows the state of the art in generating these from only a few photos. A NERF is a neural network trained specifically on a single scene. And once trained, you can ask the AI what the scene would look like from another angle, one that you didn't photograph, and it will generate the view for you. And it can also fill in the gaps of angles that you didn't capture photographs from. These methods are currently slower and more memory intensive than traditional polygon rendering, but they're getting quicker, and it's an area of very active research. So if you're worried that AI will steal your job, you probably should be confident that these methods will be real time, pretty soon. So anyway, Crackernuts is a narrative adventure game based on a Scottish fairy tale. We've been developing it at Hairy Heart for about 9 months, and we're currently looking for a publisher, if any are interested in the audience. We're not just using AI to capture models, though. In the game, we also use it for performance capture at a fraction of the cost of hiring a traditional mocap studio. So we have got, in our process, we use 4 cameras around the room. We use an app called Move AI, which is another iPhone app. Each of the cameras records video, sends it to the cloud, and we can download at the end an FBX file to import into Unity or to clean up in Blender or another 3D app. We've found the process pretty good, pretty usable. The results are probably somewhere in between an inertial suit and a dedicated mocap studio, but they're constantly updating the software, and the results are getting better. And one huge benefit we found about these technologies is we're able to collaborate with artists and creators that a small indie studio like ours would not have been able to do previously using motion capture and photogrammetry. We've been able to work with people from the theatre, practical model makers. These people bring creative influences and techniques that from different disciplines, and have really made our game better and made our studio kind of better. So rather than AI taking jobs, we've used AI to allow us to bring more people into the game development process, people who wouldn't normally be working on video games. So don't worry about AI taking your job. Think about how AI can expand your horizons and create new ways of working. Be the Pablo Picasso of video games. And that's my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joe. And to introduce our third speaker of this block, he is a designer at No Code, currently working on an upcoming Silent Hill Townfall. Here to talk about level design experience from junior to intermediate, please welcome to the stage, Kyle Mix1.
Hello, my name is Kyle, and today I'm going to talk to you a bit about level design. I decided to do a very introductory level design talk, basically because it's the first time I'm doing something like this. So it's basically like level design 101. So apologies if what I say is very rudimentary or something that you all practically know. I only have 10 minutes, so I'm going to stick very closely to my wee script that I've got here, and I'm also very hay fevered, so just in case you wonder why I can't breathe. Wee bit of background about myself. I'm a game level mission designer who has now been in the industry professionally for roughly 3.5 years. However, I've been involved in the industry roughly in 5 in total. I was very fortunate to have a QA work placement with Blazing Griffin, which slowly blossomed into a junior design position, where I worked on the Polaro games. I then joined Ubisoft Reflections down in Newcastle as a level designer, where I worked on Assassin's Creed Nexus, to finally find my home back in Glasgow again at No Code as a designer, where I do game and mission design too, but predominantly take responsibility for the level design of Silent Hill Townfall. I've had the pleasure of working with different studios, teams and games, all of which use a very different level design approach. So what is level design? I searched on Google definitions of level design and picked a few from the first 4 or so links, and thank God none of them are the same as looks, so that's good. Most commonly we think of level design as creating the physical space that the game takes place in, maybe the most commonly referred to one. Sometimes definitions like to take it one step further and mention things contained within the levels that have an effect on the player's experience too, such as mechanics, interactions, etc. Then you get definitions that imply the effects it has on players' emotions and how it influences the player too, such as these last 2 definitions here. Now I'm going to do the very designery, wishy-washy thing here and say that I believe level design is actually all of these things. Different people from different backgrounds and different experiences and at different studios may see level design as a totally different thing. It's ultimately very hard to give one clear and broad definition that caters to all games and ideologies, but based on my experiences of going from junior to intermediate, I'm going to give it a try. So I believe that level design is the iterative game design process of ensuring all of a game's features and mechanics complement the player aesthetic through the in-game world, or something to that effect. It's a bit vague, well, and there's a reason for that. You don't have one clear task from the project as a level designer. You are effectively more a stakeholder for the game to ensure the levels of the game are fun and do the intended purpose. You oversee arguably the most immersive aspect of your game to the player, ensuring the connection to the magic circle isn't broken through inconceivable, boring, or frustrating means. Similar to how we interpret definitions of level design, there are different responsibilities depending on the different team size and genre of your game. I've tried to summarize what I believe a dedicated level designer broadly oversees. So, here we go here. Crafting and iterating upon the playable space within the game with block-out tools or placeholder assets. Yeah, arguably the most common one. This is the play space, the world in which the player will be in. Sometimes people use floor plans too to detail rooms and spaces before jumping into the engine. Some don't. Naughty Dog apparently don't do that, but that works for them. The key thing here is, though, iteration. You're going to be iterating on your games, your levels, sorry, and that will happen. Implementing the engaging or interactive areas that allow the players to utilize mechanics and rules of the game. These include things like interaction zones, things the player can do, enemies and patrols to take out, unique traversal opportunities, etc. Basically, these are the ingredients and toys of your level, and you need to ensure they're discernible enough to the player too. Creating and maintaining level design documentation, fun, such as level and mission designs, LDDs or MDDs. The reason why this is here is because I would actually say I arguably spend just about most of my time in documentation. This includes research, outlines, or level details for other departments, justifications for ideas and what the level contains. Ensuring that the intended player emotions are met at the time we hope for them to be invoked. It's low-hanging fruit, but for an example, think of horror games. For the moments we want the players to feel anxious, creeped out or scared, how do we invoke that through our levels for players to still feel engaged? Cater to all play styles, player personas and experience levels so a wider range of people can enjoy your game. Personas can be seen as like one big umbrella for how a player will play your game in its entirety. A good example is Bartle's player types for gamification, with players broken down into 4 categories here. But there's not enough time to talk about that, so I'm going to jump ahead. Here we go. Marry your world to architecture and artist techniques, basically ensuring that your levels and buildings are conceivable and fun to navigate within the context of the world. Applying rules such as the rules of freeze, leading lines, verticality, composition of framing into open spaces, etc. But merging them with the structures and landscapes of your game. Finally, and most importantly, ensure your levels marry to other disciplines within the game world, including art, UI, audio, lighting, and narrative. Everything needs to work together to achieve the same vision. Consider all departments, as even the slightest change or addition can drastically change a workload or a scope for another department. Your level should be seen as the melting pot for everybody's hard work, so every single discipline must be taken into consideration. To try and rationalize my definition, all the points I've said above, I believe level design actually is game design. You're responsible for establishing a cooperative relationship between all areas of the game, which are then presented to the player. You're maintaining the vision of the game, similar to game design, but through the levels and overarching world. Now, to go back to that very, very first definition that I showed, I don't know if anyone's seen it, but it said usually first or third person shooters. And while that isn't incorrect, levels are actually much more than just 3D spaces or multiplayer levels, as you can imagine. We can have open world areas with encampments that players can liberate, such as enemy bases in Assassin's Creed, or levels like in Resident Evil, where as the player progresses and gets new tools or skills, the level evolves and becomes more explorative. We, of course, have 2D games that still accomplish the same thing using core mechanics or influencing techniques to encourage player movement and agency. And finally, I think you can make an argument that any play space can be considered a level, even dedicated to unique spaces such as these. You aren't traversing anywhere, but you are still using the mechanics and rules that the game has to offer to overcome challenges or puzzles that these levels provide. It isn't just 3D spaces. Now, I promise this was not intentional, but a premise of my talk was going to talk about this here. This is the whiteboard test. Don't know if anybody's seen it or not before. But it's a great one-pager for immediately showing the quality expectancy for some of your levels. However, over the years I've been in industry, I found that although this is great and I still refer to it from time to time, it doesn't apply to all games. As I said before, level design doesn't just mean the physical space. You need to ensure nearly all aspects of your game are complemented through the level. Now, the accidental thing, and this is 100% true, I wanted to base my talk around this, but about a week ago I had to change it. And I want to discuss the use of corridors and levels, which can be interpreted here as being somewhere between intermediate and advanced, so not really good per se. But somebody actually beat me to it. Somebody beat me to the punch, and they specifically talked about how much they hate corridors. This is a great talk by Mark Drew, and he even used the exact same example I was going to use, which was PT, which is literally just 2 corridors, right? But PT effectively uses horror cliches like right-angle corners to not see what's around the other side, slow walk pacing to build suspense, etc. And it all worked because developers wanted to offer a specific experience, like a horror experience for the player. That was the intention, and they managed to achieve that with the help of the environment, audio, art, etc. I might be able to talk about a Silent Hill talk later date, but there's not got enough time today. So yeah, that's kind of the message of my level design talk and what level design actually is. So I'm going to do a very quick game for you all. I am going to show that even first and third person shooters don't need to have overly complex designed areas, and they can just they can fit one purpose, right? So does anyone know what this map is? What is it? Rust, yes, so it's Rust. So notice how there's no complex looking stairs or forced level design additions. It's authentic to the space it's in with natural cover points that contextually make sense. And the developers still made sure that the level still offers that combat pit-like experience. Name of that, 1 second. Oh, it happened to me too, okay. Even looking at another famous Call of Duty map, Nuketown, there's no intricate or out there areas of the map, mainly because it doesn't need it. There are several areas of elevation, but ultimately this was the intended look and design of the level. Right, next one. Does anyone know this map? I thought this was going to be the easier one. It's Halo, right? This is Sandtrap from Halo, right? So, and this is a map you could arguably say is fairly empty, but there is a reason for that. So, Sandtrap and other Halo maps have a big emphasis on big team battles with big vehicles, right? So Sandtrap is also extra unique because it has these guys here called elephants, which are literal movable bases that the player can operate. This map was designed with the intention for big vehicular warfare, right? And the last one, does anyone know this map? What did you say? It is the RCPD from Resident Evil, but it's not from Resident Evil, it's actually from Dead by Daylight, right? And there's a reason for that. Basically, the RCPD has always been a single-player level for Resi 2 and the remake, but for the Dead by Daylight crossover, they did some very interesting things to accommodate for the change. The developers more or less kept the exact same layout for the police station because is for places that would have dead ends, and so there would be constant movement for the player. Basically, you get the picture. What I'm trying to say is, if there is one thing to take away from this talk about level design, is you design your levels based on the needs and the vision of the game. There's no one strict rule book. There's no time to talk about what I believe are contents, but I can talk about that at the break. And that's me, right? So, yeah, thank you all for listening. Thanks, Colin, for letting me do this. And that's it, yeah.
That was wonderful. Thank you, Kellen. Thank you for all the speakers of that block. We're about to go into our next break of the evening. I just want to give another shout out to our wonderful sponsors of this evening and the next couple of GameStalks live events as well. That was including No Code, Ninja Kiwi, and Team Terrible. So thank you so much. I believe there's a few delegates here today. So thank you, and tell your teams thank you while you're at it. Share the love as much as you can. And also I want to give a shout out to the charity raffle. There's still plenty of time for us to enter into that raffle. We're actually going to be kicking off the next block with the results of that raffle. So if you haven't already, please consider coming in. It's for a great cause. All proceeds will be going to Save the Children, to send money to the children of Gaza. And remember, prizes include Arcadia Paradise, Switch and PS4 bundles, PS5 bundles I should say, and I believe someone at the beginning of this evening even threw some Call of Duty keys into the ring. Everybody wants a piece of it, so thank you very much for your generosity. And we will see you after the break, and have a good one. Thank you.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. Awesome. Yeah, what I'm looking at doing is kind of going out and talking about our sort of studio experience and trying to get everyone to think from a different perspective, kind of like a video game detective. It's kind of like balancing up evidence to sort of justify how you accelerate your studio, whether it's things that you want, things that you need, things you really don't want, things you super need. And that's kind of what let's talk about. Whoa, there we go. Okay, cool. Yes, so I'm human. But I started out at Abertay and just kind of came out into the sort of games industry and was currently closing up a little bit. I did some animation work and that kind of studio just kind of imploded. And then I went off and I worked at a bunch of other sort of, let's say, junky studios, because it was like, you getting paid, sometimes you don't get paid. And it was, yeah, a bit garbo. So then I started out sort of building my own sort of game studio. Here's all the problems with me. Make note. They recently changed Daddy Halo from the Lucozade bottle to Starfield. Not acceptable. Cool. Yeah. So a bit about Astro Dreamer Studio. So we've been working on, for the last 2 years, on a series of titles. So we've been working on A Bonnie Odyssey, which we've just shown off for the first time at Guerrilla Collective. Thank you. I was staring to it. Thank you. At Guerrilla Collective. And we are also looking at taking our little weird golf game that we made in an evening, and we're sort of looking at putting that out on mobile. We've also worked on a bunch of other sort of titles with partners in Scotland, and we're looking at expanding out, but we're not saying that. So yeah, today just looking at going over into you know, why evidence is really important and how it can help studios and just make you think in a different way. So yeah, the two things you deal with as a studio is basically money. Money keeps everything afloat, but you only get money if you've got good evidence, and that's kind of how I see running the entire studio. So little curious cases that are really, okay, I'm going to work with that. So really important sort of things for our studio is getting grants, finding good teammates, helping other developers with sort of projects they have, and sort of pitching to publishers as well. So grants, it's really, really tough. And sometimes you just want to scream, show me the money. You know, I'm worth it, trust me. And it takes so much to sort of convince people that you're trustworthy, and you have to really, really build that base. So things that are really, really helpful. So proving that you're really good at handling funds, proving that you're competent at completing projects to a good degree, and showing that you've got the experience behind to make whatever the money is being spent on. So keeping good sort of accountability and record keeping, showing the code development that you do with other clients, they're happy, they're positive, they're pleased with that. And even going to sort of scale up programs and mentorship and getting people that can try to sort of input experience and really balance out your knowledge would really, really help sell someone on the idea of, yeah, this person's worth putting grants onto. Finding good teammates, hard. So when you're looking for people, first thing I always look at is, what does their portfolio look like? Before I see a cover letter, before I see anything, and don't even know the name, I just look at how good is this content? And then I say, does this content match the project, basically? What's the person's evidence for being valid as part of this project? Another really, really important thing is sort of, where is their sort of experience coming from? Studios and universities. And then finally, sort of identifying, what is your team's culture? Is this person weird enough? Crazy enough? Likes the same stuff as you guys? For Astro Dreamer specifically, we're a sort of very friendly university, I don't want to say Google vibe, but like the idea of what you think Google looks like, where everyone's like kumbaya, like really, really nice and fun. We've been to many, many studios where it's like a lads, ooh, kind of vibe. That's not what we do. That looks fun. We have chill fun. So yeah, try to find people that can sort of come on board and be a part of that team and the right project is really, really important. So co-development. So people are going to grill you. And when we started out doing some co-development, we were just working from single person that had a few K budget, and we started, going from bit to bit and building up sort of our repertoire and our basically trustability. So when we're dealing with clients are always looking for, proving quality with other studios, proving reliability, you can get stuff done and on time. And even comes with like problem solving and making sure that when everything went to crazy, you were the one stable thing. And at the end of the day, when you have like websites and everything to do with communicating what your studio can do, making like a clear and concise message is really, really important. Okay, and pitching to publishers. We have gone through 2 processes already of pitching to publishers, so we know it's really, really tough. And I think at its core, you have to try and empathize with their side in the things that they're looking for. So seeing that an idea is unique, or is there a market out there, and are you the right team to basically do it? Again, if you can kind of get those 3 things right, and as long as you're pretty transparent about all of your processes, then it should be like pretty good. Providing research, we use like third-party elements from the likes of Robot Teddy and Future Friends. That like marketing is there and justifying that, well, it's not us making up the numbers and winging it. These are these people outside that's kind of proving as to why we're reliable on the data that we're providing. And even the times we're like, well, I didn't make it up. But for the most part, it's really, really helped us sort of get much further in with publishers. And I think it's something that people should utilize, even if it's paying a little bit to get some research in. They'll be like, yeah, this is someone else proving that this is worth it. And then, showing the studio skills, making demos, what's your previous projects. All of that sort of ties into being like a really solid choice for publishers. And where to get more evidence. So Business Gateway, really, really solid for sort of startup studios and stuff. Game scale-up program with Creative UK and Creative England was something I was on that was really positive. Bringing on other business developers is really, really solid. But we're really fortunate in Dundee that we also have a lot of really good studios that are interested and invested in more startups. So we can help them sort of grow. And we're lucky that we kind of made it through that process. Other people will care if you're making quality content and just looking out for folk. And really, really, really enjoy the wins. For us, we've been rolling the last 2.5 years and just taking the note of we've been able to pay staff. There's never been any late notices. It's just been really sort of stable. Also like fun events, going axe throwing with the team, doing drunky stuff, doing stuff you shouldn't do, but we don't say on stage. Finishing co-dev work and having our name on titles is really, really important for us. Getting sort of games investment in. We just recently got the UK Games Fund for our 3rd project that we're looking at sort of getting out there. But all of this was kind of delving back into being evidence for why your studio is reliable, and you can kind of pass that back on. So taking the wins, I always thought was like, we've just made it. Okay, cool. But now it's the case of, cool. That's something that I can use as evidence for we do a good job on stuff. And that's me. I have 50 seconds questions. Who wants? Oh, now that's awkward. No worries. Thanks so much, guys. I really appreciate that.
I'm an AI designer at People Can Fly, and I'm going to talk a little bit about AI prototyping. Don't worry, I made this very accessible, and I'm sure there are a lot of takeaways that can apply to a lot of other fields. So first of all, what do I do? Well, my role, if I had to define it very briefly, would be that I design the behavior and the abilities of non-playable characters, whether they're your friends, your enemies, neutral, whatever, and how they fit in the gameplay. I work on an upcoming AAA title. I'm in a small AI design cell of 5 people, but I also work in a much bigger AI team with like 30 people, with people making sounds, animations, programmers, VFX, whatever. We're really having a lot of fun. On the daily basis, I'd say I make 20% of my time is for GDDs. 10% of my time is to do meetings, play tests, pitching, and then most of my time is doing prototyping, and that's what I'd love to talk to you about. What is prototyping? Very briefly, it can be in-engine or in paper, but I'm going to talk about the in-engine prototyping. It's just building the example of a mechanic to test its gameplay. I think good prototyping should be relatively fast to implement, very cheap to do, so you shouldn't be dependent on that many people, on that many different technologies, and you always have a lesson to learn from it, meaning that whether it makes it into the game or not, it's still a viable prototype. What you search in a prototype is not if it's in the final game, it's like what are the takeaways from it. Let's talk. Oh yeah, but first, before going into AI prototyping, we need to talk about AI philosophy. So rule number 1, a robot may not injure a human being. No, that's not it. So yeah, if I had to compile 3 homemade rules to make a good AI, a good NPC, it'd be, first of all, the red thing is bad, the green thing is good. So AIs are not meant to be super smart. I'd say you want to have them like 90% predictable. Obviously, you can play with this number, but it's to creating that kind of loop that the player can understand that you're going to create the fun. And it's through these 10 remaining % of unpredictability that you're going to add the little spice, which is going to make that NPC interesting. NPCs, AIs shouldn't mirror players. What I mean by that is that they shouldn't have all the same abilities, behaviors. Obviously, I had a little star. That's obviously if they're bots in a PvP game, it doesn't apply. But usually, for any other kind of game, I think that NPCs work better when they have a simple role. When it's to encourage the player to do like a certain play style, or to encourage the player to do a certain action or whatever mechanic. And last but not least, sometimes people see NPCs are as a very different thing, and they're unique in games. They should be treated differently. But from my point of view, when you really rationalize game design, they're just like any other system. The only difference is that they have an appearance, and usually they have hands and stuff. So to me, AIs are more like a personified system. They look like they're different, but actually they're not, and they're just one other tool to make your gameplay loops. In one little sentence, I say that AI philosophy in games should be about promoting player gameplay. It's really about encouraging the player to use actions rather than making like a super smart AI that's better than everyone in the independent world. Like NPCs, for example, in a FIFA, it's not about this, superstar player that you want. It's more about that AI making that smart ball call so that you can make a long pass, and you're encouraged to do that mechanic. In Halo, for example, I know someone loves Halo here. Well, the elite is like that super strong soldier, but at the same time, you know that it's going to roll. And so it's about predicting, anticipating that roll to, rather than shooting directly at it, throw a projectile where it's gonna roll, where it's gonna head. In Need for Speed, for example, it's always it's not always about making the fastest driver, but when you have teammates with you, sometimes they can be in front of you just so you can draft and be faster. And that's to encourage you to use that mechanic. So it's not just about making them like better than you. So now that you know a little bit more about my AI philosophy, I'd like to showcase 5 takeaways that apply to AI prototyping, and I hope you find some of these useful. First of all, you should think of them as a function. Don't focus on the character when you do the prototype of an AI. Focus on what it does, meaning it doesn't matter if the abilities or the behaviors that you're going to prototype end up on other NPCs. They might be kept for later. They might be disregarded, and that's still okay. What you need to do is to list the functions you want to prototype and questions before prototyping them. And these are the questions that you're going to answer. Does my ability do that? Yes and no. Or, you can add variations, but that's really the kind of mindset that you should head into, not trying to make like the demo of the entire character. Number 2, don't explain. First of all, you need to define the audience of your prototype, meaning to who you're going to show that recording of the prototype. And what I recommend is defining within your team, within the whole production, like your inner group and your outer group. Your inner group is basically going to be all the people you work with very closely, your manager, like a few technical stakeholders, and you're going to explain to them what you want to do, and you're going to make a few iterations. They're going to give you feedback and even suggestions, and with them, you can explain everything. But that outer group, which is mainly going to be, the people that really make the final decisions, like the directors, the publisher, etc., you shouldn't really explain everything. You just have to make sure that when the recording of the prototype is good enough, understandable on its own without you speaking, you show it to them, and only then you show it. You don't need to show every single step of the prototype, because else they're going to have kind of a bias, and you don't know anymore if the prototype is understandable or not. So yeah, involve your inner group early on. It's going to be very helpful, and people are truly going to feel blessed to help you, and use that kind of show, don't tell mentality for your outer group. Number 3, which is going to help the previous point, is to sign everything. I mean, add sign-in feedback everywhere. So what I recommend doing for this is to build an assets library over time. So mainly, for example, in my case, I have an assets library with VFX, SFX, animations, and I'm going to talk early with their owners, and I'm going to ask if we can have tunable parameters. It might seem costly at first, but when you have them, first of all, they're going to be more in control, and then you're going to require less of their time, and every new prototype you make is not going to need new assets. So that's really handy. And if you cannot have these assets, you can always duplicate what's existing and chop them up, slow them down, tune things. But usually having an assets library really helps. My 4th tip is
All right, looks like we're almost just about here for our final block of the evening at Edinburgh and Games Talk Live. And I've got a wee bit of sad news for you folks. We've only got one talk left. I know. But I have absolutely no doubt that we're going to end the evening off with a bang. So everybody, our next speaker is the head of community at Toya Play. Please give a warm Edinburgh welcome to Jupiter Hadley.
I'm going to do the mic lowering because I'm actually very short. Hello, my name is Jupiter, and I work for Toya Play Studio. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Toya Play Studio because it's a bit of a unique space. They make Roblox games, but specifically for IPs, so existing IPs out in the world, primarily focused on Disney IPs. I've been the community manager of Toya Play since before they actually started in IPs, but from their IP-based games, as they're in Roblox, they are live products, they're massive online multiplayers, and they're also games that are connected to a big base of people who are interested in the series. And through those IPs, that kind of grew the community. But we did start off not having IPs. Toya also has this overarching goal to create games that have strong female characters and to create a safe space in games for the next generation of female gamers. That is a big passion of theirs. And all of that goes into sort of creating a community that's appropriate and that's around this sphere. Community management is a big part of games nowadays, especially with the amount of indie games and indie game studios and larger games that are being released. Creating a community around your brand, around your company, and around your individual games can help you market your game and can help your game exist longer in the space, especially when doing betas, especially before release, especially when creating demos. Having a community of people around that game will boost your game around launch. And these are the things I've learned as a community manager. So what is a community manager? It's changed over the years. It's a person with many hats. Sometimes a community manager is a social media manager. It's a marketing manager. It's influencer relations. It's someone who does some product design in-game. I've done a lot of product design in-game for community-focused events that happen in-game. As a community manager and as the role of community manager, you will be doing loads and loads and loads of things. Even when you look at listed community management jobs, you start to see that now they include sometimes graphic designing, video editing, shooting videos, running live playtests, creating like write-ups on what the playtests were about and what they do. So defining what you want out of a community manager puts everyone on the same page so that everyone knows what their job is and what to expect from a community manager. At my studio, when they got the IPs, they grew massively. So obviously they needed more devs, they needed more art team, it became a big game. Miraculous Ladybug and Cat Noir had 750 million players in the first year on Roblox. So they rapidly grew. And then I found myself having to give talks to my company at offsites where I said, I'm a community manager. I shouldn't be doing product design. That's not what I'm hired to do. It's someone else's job. These are unfair expectations. Here's my job and how to best support me. And being able to understand the role of a community manager and how you could use those aspects to build your community is very important. So another thing is enforcing rules within your community is a big part of it. A lot of communities, when they're just, I feel like I skipped a slide though, to be honest. This is like so slow when you push the button. We'll go on to this. Enforcing rules within your community is really important. Having a space that you want to build your community, a lot of times it's in Discord or can also be on Reddit. Those are really popular places to build up a community. You want to focus on keeping the community safe and friendly. So a lot of community management is being the bad guy, and being the bad guy is completely okay. So obviously the community that we're cultivating is about keeping people safe in the spaces that we create communities. And because of that, you are going to spend a lot of time defining exactly what the rules are and deciding what rules are complete no-goes. If you have a community where people are allowed to bend and break rules constantly, it does fester and become a bad space. We've seen games completely destroyed through their community. Quite recently on Twitter, a social media manager made a comment that wasn't appropriate, and on their Discord, there was social media managers making other inappropriate comments, and it turned out the entire Discord was full of people who weren't quite appropriate, and that alienated the other bits of their community that they had built up and that they had created, and ended up not working out for them and not being good marketing for their game, and suddenly they started cultivating a community of people that aren't great on the internet. And those people aren't going to be a long-term group that you want to interact with as a community manager. It's not a long-term group that you want to have as a part of your game and as part of your space and what you do in games. So it's hard to be the bad guy in community management, but it's so important to ensure that you are having a good experience for everyone and you are building the type of community that can support you in the long term. Rewarding your members is a big part of community management. So a lot of times you can reward your members in your community with meaningless things, stuff that doesn't matter in the long run. Giving people special titles in Discord, special titles in game, little badges, little ways to reward your most engaged members are so important when it comes to building up your community. You want to empower the members that are most engaged with your product, most engaged with your game, and they will become ambassadors for what you do. They will tell their friends, they will participate in all of your social media aspects, they will enter your contests. They become the constant and the key when it comes to sort of building up more people around them. There's already someone in your corner supporting you. We run a lot of events for our community members. We have a little like separate members group called Miraculous Members. You can apply to be a part of a Miraculous Member. You just fill out basically a form that says, I want to do it and I speak in Discord. Those are the qualifications. And those people get access to the map ahead of time before launches, key art before they go live on Twitter by like 10 minutes. It's not a whole lot, but it's enough to make all of them feel special. We're building a game that is a live product and does have children, so we also have them play test the game. We are not a company that can take feedback and implement it in the game, but when you're building a game and you show them the sort of like preview build and there's already bugs that you know about, they will report those bugs, and then when you fix them, they will think that they've done that. They've somehow fixed all of those for you, and so they're developers now. They're very invested in the game that they've just solved major bugs for you. And that's been a great way to sort of make everyone feel like they're more invested and more a part of the game. Being a community manager takes a lot of time. A lot of people come and talk about burnout, and they talk about how you shouldn't spend your whole time playing games or working on your games. When it comes to being a community manager, you're going to have to run events on weekends. That's the best time. People aren't at work. People aren't at school. You shouldn't be at work. You are at work. There are Discord raids that will not be respectful of the time that you are asleep. People will come and mess stuff up at the most inconvenient times. You have to be contactable. You have to be available. And you have to ensure that there are ways to contact you as a community manager. This was tough. Turning off my Discord notifications because I was getting phoned at like 3 in the morning, very tough aspect and very hard to do. So you have to get in other people that can help support those rules. We work with a lot of children. They don't understand time zones. They will say, why didn't you reply? I will say, it was 4 in the morning. They will say, it was 3 p.m. You can try to explain, no, you live in New York and I live in London, and they will go, it was 3 p.m. Please be available at 3 p.m. And it's just a hard thing to start to learn and learn process so that you can keep your sanity in check. You might have to not work on Mondays and instead work on Saturdays. I did a lot of that so that I could run events on the weekends and I could be around on the most active times. But making sure that you know that that's something you're getting into is really important. It's the same with replying to like tweets and doing trends. If part of your social media outreach is part of your job, you need to be aware and need to be online and sort of chronically online while being a community manager. You become the face of the company. People call me Toya. People will find me on Facebook under Jupiter and call me Toya endlessly, as if I am all of Toya. I am clearly the game developer and the QA and everyone else in it. When a release is a bit late, it's my fault. When some bugs happen in game and people lose all their stuff because one of the devs accidentally didn't tether up the database, it's clearly me. I've done it myself. And you can explain a million times that like there's a team of 40 people and this isn't my job. They don't care. You are the face. You are who the game is going to be. And anything that goes wrong is your fault. And you just have to like deal with that. You will also get every single bug report that comes through. Don't know why. They will send it to you on Discord. Will the bug report even make any sense or contain any information for QA? No. And it's part of your job to somehow get that extracted from a child and then give it to QA and hope that they understand enough and can fix it in a timely manner. And then when they can't, because it's a one-off edge case, you then have to tell the child that it is a one-off edge case and you're sorry and maybe compensate them in some ways so that they're happy. There's a lot of communication that needs to go from the community as well to developers. We have a product manager, and on a weekly basis, I have a meeting going, everyone's really upset about cars. There's no cars in the TV show. Why are they in the game? Why'd we add cars? Oh, it's good for roleplay. Everyone hates it. Okay, we'll remove cars. Unless you have a product manager that like can communicate with you and can listen to the needs of the community, it is much more difficult to be a community manager. if you work with IPs, you do have to become a fan of the IP. I have watched so much Miraculous Ladybug and Cat Noir. I have seen all of the specials. This is a show designed for 8-year-olds. I can tell you all of the transformations because the minute you say something wrong publicly, as the face, as the community manager, you will be eaten alive. People get so upset when you get wrong. They're different ships, they're different people who they feel are pronounced a certain way. And as we do a lot of voice stuff, a lot of voice playtests, I used to say one of the main characters' name wrong, and each time it was like acted like I was committing the most heinous crime. They do want to see their IP as depicted in the show canon in the game, which is very interesting to sit there and make something that's just a replica that's interactable. But when you have an IP, you really need to be on top of all of the aspects of that IP. Kids will pick on you. That's a fun one. You have to have like a really good sense of self because kids will just make fun of you. They don't care. They're children. And that's something you really gotta like learn, that they're just kids and they don't know what they're saying. But there's like at least 40 hate groups on Discord that are all dedicated to how terrible I am as a human for causing bugs clearly or banning people who are saying terrible things on Discord. And that's just a part of the job. You will find that your like actual family members will get messages about how terrible you are. My boss has gotten emails about how I'm a bad person because I've banned people. It's just part of the job. And they will think that you know literally everything that's going on and are just refusing to do stuff for them and get mad about those aspects. It's something that a lot of community managers struggle a lot with. And when you are struggling with that, reach out to other community managers because it happens to all of us. And at the end of the day, it is just a job, and it's not down to you. And a lot of the comments they're saying don't really matter anyway. They're children on the internet, or sometimes adults on the internet who also don't matter. Just people that exist to pick on people. This role does take a lot of support. A lot of times you will need support from your team. You will need to understand the roadmap, what's coming up, when stuff's going wrong, when deadlines aren't going to be met, when contests aren't going to be able to go live because those features needed aren't in. As you are the face, you are someone who gets the blunt of everything. And so being able to consistently talk to everyone, be able to consistently put things out to your community that are followed is such an important part of the job, because as soon as you take the time to mess up or start putting stuff out there that doesn't get fulfilled by your team, even if it's not your fault, not having that consistency will ruin what community you have. When you start off, you'll probably not have a lot of people engaging in your Discord. You probably won't have a lot of people looking at your sneak peeks, but you need to do that consistently and with the support of your team to build up that community. There's a lot of consistency that has to be done in the way that you act as a community manager, and it needs to be almost like a formula where you do a playtest every other Saturday, even if no one shows up, with the support of your team to make something new and interesting, and then make that into social media that you then tell people they missed out on, so that there's this whole loop that's always being followed. You will also need probably an arts person. If you're me, I don't know why community managers are graphic designers. It doesn't make sense. We need an arts person to do some of the graphic design. Also need to have good mods. This is like, especially if you have a large community. Our community grew really fast. It grew overnight. And instantly it was very clear that you need someone in every single time zone, or you need to be up every hour of every day. And one of those things are possible and one of those things aren't possible. You want to have Discord mods and normally Reddit mods. You want to pay them if you can, and you want to have a really good set of rules that they follow on what's expected of them and what's not expected of them. And you want to spend a lot of time checking in with them in their mental health, because they will also be mini faces. And that's a lot of pressure to put on another person, especially when it comes to mods. They're not the ones connecting with the product manager. There's someone sort of under you, and not having them feel like they're being listened to and respected can destroy key people within your community. And that's all. Thank you so much for having me as your last talk.
Thank you very much, Jupiter. And yeah, like we said, that was our last talk of the evening. And we are going to get underway with our charity raffle. Woo. But before we do so, I want to give another huge thank you to some of our sponsors of this evening. This includes Pocket Size Hands, Speech Graphics, and Rivet Games. A massive thank you again for making all of this possible tonight. And without further ado, I would like to introduce Colin to the stage again.
Hello again. That's been pretty good fun, hasn't it, tonight, I think? So it's about to get even better for hopefully a whole bunch of people. There's been a lot of prizes to juggle. So actually, I'm going to be in the way here. I will get out the way. What we've done is up until about half an hour ago, we'd had, I've forgotten the exact number, it was basically £800 of donations. So thank you so much. That makes a massive difference. And I mean, my hometown's Dundee, but those tight gits won't donate anything. So they will. But we'll obviously get that up a bit more, but that's going to make a massive difference. So it was 800 and something pounds, which translated to, I think it was 166 entries. So that is them all on this wheel of names. And what we will do is we will go through and we will draw all the prizes for tonight. Any tickets that don't win tonight will get added for the draws in the next couple of nights as well, though. So just because you don't win tonight doesn't mean you won't be hearing from me. So let's just crack on. So first off, I've got to divide everything by 3 to work out which ones I can give away tonight. So first off, we have got the prize from Head Up Games, which is a Tinkertown and a Dr. Fetus meat machine. So if you can just press the button on that. You might need to click in the middle of the wheel.
Oh yeah.
Maybe.
Yes.
And then when we get a winner, if you can click to remove the name.
Kirk Daly is our first winner.
Okay, Kirk's one. So just do remove so that it takes that one ticket away. Perfect. And yes. Okay, so Kirk wins the Head Up prize. Next up, we have got one of the Wired production prizes. It's that one down there. Is that the Switch or the PS5?
We have both here. This is the PS5 version.
The PS5. So we've got the PS5 bundle, which includes the vinyl and a bag. So yeah, let's see who the lucky winner is.
And the winner of the bundle is Justin Alicaro.
Justin's through in Glasgow, so that's annoying. I was hoping not to have to carry that round with me. Never mind. Congratulations, Justin, if you're watching online. Next up, we have got 2 copies of Total War 3 Warhammer from Creative Assembly, so let's do a draw for them.
And the winner is Sarah Gatland.
And the second copy.
And the winner is Andrew Selkirk.
Andrew is here as well, isn't he, somewhere? Yeah, indeed. Perfect. Great. Right. Some people win tonight that are here. That's good. Okay, next up, we've got the Hooded Horse prizes. So first up, we've got a bundle of Against the Storm, Manor Lords, and Son of Valhalla.
And the winner of this prize is Rebecca and Max from Glitchers.
Hey. And then we've got another Hooded Horse prize, which is just Manor Lords and Sons of Valhalla. They were short on codes of Against the Storm, so you've got the only one.
Stuart Ross.
Stuart Ross. Is Stuart still here? Yes. It wouldn't be a Games Talks Live if Stuart Ross didn't win something, so congratulations. Okay,
I clicked prematurely, so Laura has won
whatever's next. So next up was going to be the No More Robots bundle. So the first one was Soccer Story and Let's Build a Zoo and DLC. So congratulations, Laura Molnar. We got 2 of these. Maurizio, you still here? He was here earlier, he's disappeared. Congratulations, Maurizio. Also from No More Robots, we have the Not Tonight 1 and 2 bundle and Tombstar. Jason Horsburgh, congratulations. And another one of those bundles. This could go on all night. There's a few. There's a few.
Again?
I'm not sure he's got any use for two of exactly the same thing. Can we respin that just to close that one? Don't remove them. Close them.
Yeah.
And re-roll that. Jason, if you're watching online, I hope that's okay. Rebecca and Max from Glitchers, congratulations. Okay, we've got the next No More Robots prize is the bundle of Family Man, Spirity, Fashion Police Squad, and Nowhere Profit. Fergus. Excellent. Okay, we've got another one of those. Dave Sheard. Congratulations. And then we have got another couple of No More Robots bundles. The first one is Hypnospace Outlaw, Slayers X, Yes Your Grace, and Descenders. Tony Gowland. Tony's, Tony runs on workshopping. He's on holiday this week, so he's not here, but congratulations, Tony. And we've got one more of those bundles. That is a different bundle. Oh, good. Fantastic. Great. Okay, next up we've got the P-Cube prizes. So we've got three of these bundles. We've got one bundle for Switch, one for PS4, and one for PS5. Which one of those three should we draw tonight?
PS5.
PS5 it is, right?
One PS5. Mark Hobbs.
Mark Hobbs. Mark was here earlier tonight. I saw him leave, so congratulations to Mark. Next up, we have got the prize from Yogscast Games, which is 4 copies as a bundle of PlayTub on either Switch, PlayStation, or Xbox. Which platform for tonight? Switch. Party games, party games. Okay, PlayTub on Switch. Ryan Milne. Congratulations, Ryan. Next up, we have got a bundle from Focus Interactive. So this is Banishers, Expeditions, and Atlas Fallen. Paula. Excellent. Congratulations, Paula.
Okay, cool. Did not see that. Nice one. Go.
Next up, we have got from War Dog Collective. Is
2 years now. We renamed 2 years ago.
oh, sorry. What's it?
But it's PC codes for World of Warcraft 3. We've got 5 of them. Feel free to give them to 5 different people.
Perfect. Well, we'll do. Can we do 2 tonight, and then we'll do 2 in Dundee and 1 in Glasgow. So let's do 2 tonight. So the first one. Alistair Lowe. And the next one? Kevin Leathers. Kevin has come up from Wired Production, so thank you for the prizes. And we didn't get you speaking, but we're going to persuade you to speak next time, so it's fine. Excellent, great. And then we have got 6 copies of The Engineer, courtesy of PT Turf, who spoke last time. So let's draw 2 of them here. So first one. Bob Gelb, congratulations. I don't think I saw Rob tonight, but hopefully you're watching online. And the second copy of The Engineer.
Hey.
That's karma. That's how it works.
Would you like mine?
Okay, and then these just came in during the afternoon, so they weren't on the slides earlier on. But Nacon, the French company, have donated 3 what I assume are high-end headsets. They've just told me that it's RIG 300 Pro XXs, which I've got no idea what that is, but yeah, it sounds like worth a whistle. So there's 3 of them, so we'll draw one of them tonight, and they've also donated 3 Pro Compact Xbox controllers. So let's do the headset first. Matt Beeks, congratulations. And the Pro Compact Xbox controller. Johnny Sharp, congratulations. We're done. Congratulations to everyone that's won something, but most importantly, thank you to everyone that's donated, whether you've won or not. You are making a difference, so thank you very much. If you didn't win, or if you donated more £5 than the number of tickets that you got drawn for tonight, they'll get drawn tomorrow and Friday. So hopefully there's even more prizes going around. But that brings us to the end of today's event. I think that's gone quite well overall. Do people agree? That's a relief. Yeah, I think we've had an amazing array of speakers. It's brilliant to see so many people coming out. It's even better to see people coming from outside the area, from outside Scotland even, up, because they know the calibre and the passion of the game development scene up here. So it's been great to see all that, and I hope there's lots of fruitful follow-ups. Just a few thanks. The venue, I think, has been great. This is the first time we've been in here, so big thank you to the venue. It's usually booked solid because of bands and stuff like this, but I'm glad we can put something higher brow on for once. So, but I know some of the venue staff have been popping in to listen to some of the talks, so big thank you to the venue. I know Gregor's thanked them all individually as they've been on, but I'd like to give a massive thank you to all the speakers that have given up their time, not just to speak tonight, which is only 10 minutes, but a 10-minute talk takes a hell of a lot longer than 10 minutes to write and prepare for, and some of them have travelled a very long way. So thank you to Ben from Epic, Meher from Hew Works, Reese from SavePoint, Kirk from Blackadders, Ross from Platonic, Sarah the videographer, Luke from ChokePoint, Tanya from Hub 175, Joe from Hairy Heart, Kyle from No Code, and Jupiter from Toya. Give them all another round of applause, please. And I am, of course, duty-bound to thank all our sponsors again, who I'm not going to remember, so I need to check the banner. So thank you again to Team Terrible, to Blackadders, to Pocket Sized Hands, to 4J Studios, to Ninja Kiwi, to No Code, Blazing Griffin. These are last. Is this the sponsors from this time? Ninja Kiwi, No Code, Blazing Griffin, Johnson Carmichael, Escape Technology, Lucid Link, Cerelo, the BFI, and Speech Graphics, and Rivet Games. Massive thank you to all the sponsors who are the right ones for this event. So thank you to all of them. On a slightly more personal note, we've got, I mean, when these events started off, it was literally just me. Now they're so much better because there's a brilliant team around me doing all this stuff. So everyone will have spoken to them as they check them in, but our volunteers, Erin and Mitchell on the door, please give them a huge round. They're starting their journey, hopefully, to come into the games industry. But if you've not spoken to them already, please do speak to them as we finish up. I'm hoping that the people that do volunteer at these get the benefit of getting to meet all of you. I also want to give a shout out to Fergus, if he's still here, who's helped us put together the last couple of these events. Thank you, Fergus. Massive thanks to Lucy, our engineer in the sound desk at the back, who solved all sorts of technical problems today. Our host with the most, Mr. Gregor Duddy. How amazing has he been? Honestly, you've been a million times better than I ever was, so thank you so much for saving these poor people from more of me. So, no, it's been a real pleasure having you. Thank you so much, Gregor. So that brings us just about to the end. If anyone wants to speak at another one of these in the future, as you can see, it's as lovely a warm and friendly audience as they come. The talks are only 10 minutes, so do just give me a shout when we put the call out for future ones. The next events in Scotland are likely to be in November. I think it's the third week in November, it's looking like. There will be a set in the north of England next month, if anyone fancies a trip down to Newcastle, Manchester or Liverpool. But closer to that, we're in Dundee tomorrow and then Glasgow on Thursday. If you fancy coming along to those, I don't care which ticket you bought. If you've bought a ticket for today, you're entitled to come to either of those other. Just come along, just rock up. I just love seeing people move around rather than everyone just being stuck in their home city. So please come along to those. We're not getting kicked out. Feel free to linger around and chat and have a drink. When you do leave, if you don't want to keep your lanyard and badge, just stick it in the recycling box and we can recycle it. Otherwise, this has been a great day. Thank you so much all for coming along and supporting these events. And we'll hopefully see you again soon. Thank you very much.